right, good morning and welcome, everyone. It's August 17th. You're at the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors meeting. I'm going to look to Supervisor Brandon to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
We stand. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you very much, everyone, for being here. So what we'll do is we'll start out with our board clerk. She will go through the public participation procedures, and then we will move into our oral communications section of the meeting today. So either...
Public participation procedures. In order to protect the health and safety of our Tuolumne County citizens, this meeting is open to the public with modifications. Face coverings are required for all attendees regardless of vaccination status. During the board meeting, citizens physically present who wish to provide public comment will be invited to do so by the board chair. Citizens who are not present and wish to comment should be prepared to use our call-in line at 209-533-6581 to queue for verbal public comment. Options for public access audio and video live streaming. The public will not have access for public comments via these media options. They are available for audio and visual only. Access Tuolumne at www.accesstuolumne.org and click Watch Live and or Comcast Cable 8 or Zoom webinar via computer at https://zoom.us/backslash j/987373385-155 and or call in at 1-669-900-9128 with webinar ID 987-3738-5155. Note, Zoom webinar services tends to have a reduced broadcasting delay in comparison to the county and Access Tuolumne live streams, and is suggested for the closest to real-time viewing and listening. Granicus live streaming through the county website is currently pending scheduled maintenance. Important public notice. Under the Governor's Executive Order N2520 and Order N2920, members of the Board of Supervisors can participate by teleconference. Accessibility requirements. If you need swift and special assistance during the board meeting, please call 209-533-6581.
All right, thank you very much for that. So we'll go ahead and open oral communications. Folks who would like to speak, go ahead and come on down to the podium. Our board values public participation and encourages community members to take this time to provide comment on matters of county interest. This section is for comment not related to items on the agenda. The public comment time limit of 3 minutes per speaker applies, and no action may be taken by the board on topics discussed. Your board members are listening carefully to these comments and appreciate you taking the time and the personal investment in our community. And so with that, please begin and welcome.
Hi, my name is Laura Nessel. I'm a fifth-generation Tuolumne County person. I brought a dollar bill, and it says, "Still in God we trust." I noticed last week that we've neglected to pray. And so I would like, if your permission, to read a prayer that was done in the Senate. I know they pray in Senate, they pray in Assembly, they pray in all those places, but we didn't last week. So if I could, I'd like to read this prayer. An interesting prayer given in Kansas at the opening session of their Senate when Minister Joe Wright was asked to open a new session of the Kansas Senate. Heavenly Father, this is not my prayer, his. We come to you today to ask forgiveness and seek your direction and guidance. We know your words say, "Woe to those who call evil good," but that is exactly what we have done. We have lost our spiritual equilibrium and reversed our values. We confess that we have ridiculed the absolute truth of your word and called it pluralism. We have worshipped other gods and called it multiculturalism. We have endorsed perversion and called it alternative lifestyle. We have exploited the poor and called it lottery. We have rewarded laziness and called it welfare. We have killed our unborn and called it choice. We have shot abortionists and called it justifiable. We have neglected to discipline our children and called it building self-esteem. We have abused power and called it politics. We have coveted our neighbor's possessions and called it ambition. We have polluted the air in profanity and pornography and called it freedom of expression. We've ridiculed the time-honored values of our forefathers and called it enlightenment. Search us, O God, and know us our hearts today. Cleanse us from every sin and set us free. Guide and bless these men and women who have been sent to direct us to the center of your will, to open, ask, in the name of Jesus, your Son, Savior, Jesus Christ, amen. Oh, I'm still going. Anyways, thank you for serving, and I really hope that maybe you would start opening with prayer like Senate does and the Supreme Court. Thank you very much. Bless you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Breathe again. Should I wait for her time out, or can I use her time too?
Nope.
Thank you, members of the board, for allowing me to speak. My name is Don Nessel. I am a one generation, although my boys live here, Tuolumne County guy. So, very distinguished man. My father once told me that a person convinced against their will is of the same opinion still. So if you have opinions and agendas or narratives that you believe, when people get up to speak and talk to you, I suggest you open your mind and allow yourself to be maybe guided into something new that you hadn't considered. So I've watched online different doctors and nurses giving testimony to different boards, in particular boards of education, because they're terribly concerned about children wearing masks in school. One doctor's testimony gave enormously compelling information about the dangers of wearing masks and of the vaccine. Nurses at a school board meeting or a Board of Supervisors meeting that I went to in Stanislaus County, because my son lives in Oakdale, gave compelling testimony about the dangers of masks and of the vaccine. Teachers at the same school board meeting gave the same compelling testimony about the dangers of masks, not allowing your immune system to grow and be used. 70 nurses at the park yesterday gave compelling testimony about the dangers of the vaccine and the fact that there are many communicable diseases, AIDS, hepatitis, measles, mumps, that they deal with every day, but they are being compelled by a mandate to take the vaccine. They believe in our immune systems. Hallelujah. I do too. I believe you could be healthy if you eat healthy, if you live healthy, if you breathe without a mask, and if you let some vitamin C and D get into you. One single nurse was presented in the Union Democrat as saying, please, everybody get a vaccine because we got too many people here getting sick. Well, maybe their immune systems were compromised. Maybe they were wearing a mask all the time. I have here a letter to the Board of Education for the state of California from the Board of Education from Stanislaus County. There's also a similar letter from the Board of Supervisors of Stanislaus County compelling the Health and Human Services of the state of California to back off on masks and let the individual counties make their own decisions. I don't have an agenda. My agenda is to see life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness for all of us. And I hope you have that same agenda. My role as a leader said that if I compel someone to go down into a hole, which is a confined space, and they die in there, it's my responsibility. You have responsibilities too. Mine comes with penalty of criminal and being put in jail. Maybe yours does too. I pray that you would be smarter about this vaccine mandate and of a mask mandate. Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you. And I was kind of negligent there. So if we do have folks that would like to comment on that, we actually have an agendized item referencing. So this is the time for public comment that's not on the agenda. Just to remind folks. Good morning. Welcome.
Good morning. I am Gary Johnson. I'm the director of the Tuolumne County Volunteer Fair. In 2020, the Volunteer Fair has been changed to a live event, from a live event to a TV show. After the county public health recommended against events with over 50 people, we looked for a plan B and decided to create a TV show to help publicize the volunteer fair. To help publicize the volunteers who had registered for the August 26th volunteer fair. The 69 nonprofits have the opportunity to record a 2.5-minute segment with Jerry Day on Access Tuolumne, which will then be compiled into a TV show debuting on Access Tuolumne on August 26, 2021, the date of the volunteer fair, and is available on demand so anyone can watch it in the future. The video will explain what each nonprofit does, how they use volunteers, and what age groups they accept. The individual videos will be on our website, and each organization will receive a copy to place on their own website to attract volunteers throughout the year. We are grateful to the Sonora Area Foundation for underwriting this show and allowing us the opportunity to showcase local nonprofits in a time when they need volunteers more than ever. If you need more information about the volunteer fair, if you need more information about what the volunteer fair is doing for our community, you go to our website, which is tcvfair.org. That's Tuolumne County Volunteer Fair. It's tcvfair.org. Please help us spread the word that there will not be a live event this year, and how people can go to the website to learn to become a volunteer in Tuolumne County. Any questions about that? I figured I better come back after I introduced it the last time, letting you know it was going to be a live event. So if everybody, including the audience, could tell everyone that it's going to be a recorded event, and all of the organizations are in the process of making their videos right now, and they're really fantastic. So thanks so much for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. And great job coming up with a new plan on such a short timeline. It's impressive. All right, good morning. Welcome.
Good morning, board. My name is Aaron Rasmussen. I'm a board member of the Veterans of Foreign Wars in Tuolumne, and also a board member of Vets Helping Vets. We have 9/11 coming up next month, right around the corner, 20th year anniversary. I wish I was in better spirits, considering, after 20 years of trying to liberate and free people in the Middle East and calm that area down, that we see on the news, disappointing and discouraging events that have been taking place. Many veterans, like myself, knew of the government's failures far back into the 2000s. So now the citizenry is now witnessing what most vets already knew that was happening. Trying to find the words. But anyways, we're looking forward to 9/11. We have a monumental memorial in Tuolumne County. We house 3 national artifacts you can get within touching distance of as a community. That's the piece of 9/11 steel, a stone from Shanksville, and a stone from the Pentagon, in remembrance of all those that lost their lives to our country in one of the greatest attacks on our homeland, next to Pearl Harbor and other events. Even though 9/11 is not a nationally recognized holiday, it is definitely a very important holiday, and I'd hope everyone here and everyone in the community would join us on 9/11 for that ceremony. It starts at 9:11 a.m. 9:11 a.m. on 9/11 every year is our focus. As of this time, we have scheduled Rockin' Barbecue to cater at 10:30, and it is going to be free to the public through donations while supplies last. We also will have a band. Rusty Rockers will play until 1:30, and we also have a jump house for the children that will be right next to the Big Dreams playground. In light of what's happening, I would really encourage everyone to schedule their funerals and their other events on a different day that Saturday in remembrance of 9/11, of those who have valiantly served this country in its protection and those that lost their lives on that day. So please come join us for this Patriots Day event so we can get stronger as a community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your service and continued. Good morning.
Good morning. Jeff Musio with Hazy Bulldog Farms. Good to see everybody this morning. Thank you for letting me speak. I don't think it's on the agenda today, and I know you guys just had a meeting about hemp. I wasn't able to make it for that, but I wanted to throw a couple things in that I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with. Hemp is exactly the same as cannabis. The only difference is it's lower in THC. So a lot of times I've heard of your guys' concerns of smell being a problem with cannabis and safety and that kind of stuff, and you definitely have to apply that to hemp as well. A hemp garden will smell exactly the same with the exact same potency as a medical garden or a THC garden. So in the past, that's been an issue for you guys. So I think I'd at least mention it, and it definitely affects all the cannabis growers around it. Those guys allow male plants in their gardens that pollinates their plants. If that happens to somebody trying to grow it for medicine, lowers the quality and definitely won't allow you to breed your own cannabis anymore. So it would have a very negative effect on people that are still using it for medical purposes or recreational. I also want to say I'm a little disappointed that I wasn't able to buy the property so I could show you guys how all that's going to work. Super long story short is we put down the money, and 3 days from closing, their son had a big deal issue with it and wanted to keep the property. And of course, we could have gone through mediation and forced them to go through with it, but it didn't seem like the right way to go. So I'd love to show you guys where and how it could be possible in this county, but I know you guys know the county very well. So hopefully you guys can visualize that without me actually buying the property. And what the property would be for is commercial cannabis grows. This, of course, would help create jobs in this county, which is definitely needed at the moment. And I hope you guys can open that up because I know there's a lot of people interested in it. We have a petition being signed in our store that's going to be, a lot of people. We're getting close to a couple thousand people that now have signed off and saying that they want a commercial cannabis farm in this county. And it also comes with all their professions and everything else. So hopefully soon I'll be able to present that to you guys so you can see just how many people actually want a commercial farm in the area. I know it was about April of last year, but I was supposed to be on the agenda and actually be able to talk a little more than 3 minutes. So I'm hoping Ms. Riggs could help me out with that and maybe get me back on the agenda here soon so we can at least have a little bit longer conversation than 3 minutes about it every other week. And that was pretty much it. The biggest thing I think that could come from the farm is it'll be out in the middle of nowhere. It won't be affecting anybody, and there should be a potential for at least 15 to maybe 50 jobs, depending on how long it's allowed to go and how big it can get, which I think in this area would be very necessary. Right now at our dispensary, we give medical benefits. And a lot of those people had really hard time getting medical before. So, being able to supply that, we'd be able to do that for the workers at the farm also. So it's not just a cheap job. It should be a good job with benefits. So
Thank you.
Thank you for letting me talk, you guys.
Thank you very much.
Have a great day.
And just a reminder, if folks are up here to speak for the COVID issue that is on the agenda, we won't have to wait too long. It's our first appointment. So, good morning.
Good morning, supervisors. Sorry, too close to the microphone. Good morning, Tuolumne County citizens. My name is David Dennis. I was here last week. I spoke to the crafting of possible mandates for the county workers or, whoever else, where the masks and the testing.
Again, I'm very sorry, but we do have that item on the agenda,
Okay.
so you will have the opportunity to speak on
come back
that.
up at that point in time?
Yes, it is.
Okay, could I speak to another issue that is not directly to that?
If it's not a part of COVID-19 or masking or.
Sure. I would like to bring some awareness to you about what's going on in your county. You guys have seen, obviously, quite a bit of strife and upset amongst the citizens over this, what I could call a divisive issue. And it's developed to a point now where people are characterizing their fellow citizens as murderers, as terrorists. I've seen some Department of Homeland Security advisories being shared around with the implication that us that don't see the issue the way they do are spreaders of disinformation or possibly terrorists. They want us to suffer. They want us to basically have some kind of negative outcome on ourselves just because of the opinion, not because we're going and actively trying to do something, just that we don't agree on this issue. And it came to a head every time I've gone to a protest around here that has anything to do with such things. Even yesterday, we had some people that came out and violence was enacted. And I don't think that was rare at this point in time. This seems to be very much something that seems to be coming from the social media into reality, where I see groups of people very polarized, very stigmatized, very much ready to fight and to go a much further distance than I would consider appropriate for citizen on citizen discourse. And I'm very concerned. I personally have been attacked. I've had people try to threaten some kind of censorship against me in some way, whether that would be removing my ability to speak because they don't like my opinion, or contacting authorities and letting them know what I'm doing or what I've said, or contacting the county, looked into possibly I don't have the proper permits for what's going on my property, and so forth. This is a constant kind of antagonistic thing, like has nothing to do with the subject. It has more to do with characterizing myself and the other people who may share that similar opinion into something that is reprehensible, something that is dangerous, something that is needing to be removed. I mean, just this is what I've seen. This is what's been brought to me in this arena, is that we definitely have a very divisive atmosphere. It is leading to violence in the streets, and I would hope that you guys would incorporate this feedback into your processes going forward to understand that we are very much being torn apart. Thank you.
Thank you. Morning.
Okay. 2 weeks ago, I was really emotional, so I know I do get emotional, and I'm going to hold it down. And I would like to bring to the attention to the board that concerning COVID-19, requiring COVID.
So,
Pardon?
John,
Yeah.
we do have that item on the agenda. We have to stick to items that are not on the agenda that you would like to speak about. So if you can wait, COVID-19 is the first item we have to speak about on the appointment.
Okay.
I just want to create room for folks that are wanting to speak about anything that's not on the agenda.
Okay. Well, how about if I read a U.S. Supreme Court ruling? This one is for Christopher Smith in the back room. And it's only 3 pages long, Christopher. He's the go-between with, he does all the interpretation, sort of. How about if I read that one? I got plenty of time. I'll read that U.S. Supreme Court ruling pertaining to all of you and the Public Health Department and Dr. Sajchenko. Norton versus Shelby County, Tennessee, 118 U.S. 425, 442, in parentheses, 1886. It's still on the books. I looked it up, printed it up a couple days ago. Reveals that an unconstitutional act is not law. It confers no rights. It imposes no duties. It affords no protection, creates no office. It is inoperative as though it had never been passed. So there's that. And I guess, let's see. One more. I got time. California Government Code 37100 prevents any creation, application, or enforcement of a law or policy that violates California Constitution or the Constitution of the United States. California Law 24171 and 24172 declares that individuals have the right to determine what is done to their own bodies and to refuse consent to medical experimentation without duress, coercion, or influence by any government official. What else we got? Might be it. And okay, I guess that will be it. That's enough to go. That's enough for Christopher. He should be able to handle that on his own. Thank you very much, and have a great day.
Thank you. You too. Okay, is there anyone else from the room that would like to speak on anything that's not on the agenda? Okay, I don't see anybody popping up. I'll look in the back of the room. Do we have anybody calling in that would like to speak on items not on the agenda? Okay. All right. Thank you very much, everyone. We'll close the the oral communications portion of the meeting, and we'll move on to staff reports. I'll look to the clerk. Do you want to go ahead and read that section?
Staff reports. The staff may present public service announcements, commendations of staff, and brief project updates. No action may be taken by the board.
Okay, good morning.
Good morning. I wish there was some way that people could see when you smile with your mask on. Anyway, Debbie Batista,
You
County
smile
Clerk.
with your eyes.
Okay, cool. Those are my dad's eyes. Debbie Batista, County Clerk and Auditor Controller. So once again, Tuolumne County voters really do rock. As of yesterday, over 10% of us have already returned our ballots. We're sitting at just about 3,600 ballots have been returned, and we are processing them as fast as we can. Starting tomorrow, the League of Women Voters volunteers and some of my other volunteers will be here helping me get the ballots ready so that on Tuesday night we can push the button. So once again, if one wants to vote in person, right now the only place one can vote in person is 2 South Green Street, the elections office. We're open from 8 to 5, Monday through Friday, and then starting on September 11th, one can vote, which is a Saturday, one can vote in person here, actually in this room, for Saturday, Sunday, and Monday from 8:30 till 4:30. And then starting on Tuesday through the following Monday, can vote at Memorial Hall. It'll be interesting. If you do attend the 9/11, you could also vote that day. And then on the 11th of September, then the other vote centers, the Twain Hart Bible Church, the Groveland Library, and the Jamestown Community Hall will open up for people to vote again from 8:30 to 4, Saturday through Monday. And then all of the locations will be open from 7 o'clock in the morning till 8 o'clock at night on Tuesday, the 14th of September, Election Day. And then remember, we have 8 different drop-off boxes, which people are using. We pick them up on Sunday. Keep up the good work and get the ballots in early so that Tuolumne County's voice can be heard Tuesday night when we press the button and send all the information to the state of California. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Other staff reports?
Good morning, Board.
Morning.
Kelly Brown, Tuolumne County Homeless Prevention. I wanted to give an update about our visit out at Camp Hope. So last Friday, a group of 5 of us and one community member who was also a drug and alcohol counselor, we went out to Camp Hope and we spent about 2.5 hours out there. We connected with about 13 people, and that was the number that we believe is still currently residing there or camped there. Of those 9, we actually spoke one-on-one with, and of those 9, they all have exit plans and are leaving as soon as possible. 2 people were actually in a car. We asked them to come out and speak with us, and they refused, and we deemed it as unsafe to actually approach the car. 2 others we found in an RV and made several attempts to ask them to come out and speak with us. They also refused, and so we made every attempt to sort of talk through the RV and let them know that they needed to leave as soon as possible. The following services were provided to everyone that was out there, and that is hotels, gas cards, food, additional community resources like drug and alcohol counseling, rehab, mental health support, as well as housing support through ADCA, anything that would fit the individual needs. So I just wanted to let the public and the board know. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other staff like to speak? Okay, all right, so we'll go ahead and close staff reports. Do we want to go through the consent calendar first? Okay, so I'll have the board clerk read the consent calendar, and then we'll move on to our 9 o'clock appointment.
Consent calendar. Items on the consent calendar are considered to be routine and enacted by one motion. Any item may be removed for discussion and made part of the regular agenda at the request of a member of the board. An announcement shall be made after the consent calendar is read by the clerk and before action is taken on any item. The public may address any item on the said consent calendar. Number 1, approving the minutes of the August 10th, 2021 and August 13th, 2021 meetings. 2, adopting Resolution 7121, acknowledging report made by Fire Chief of the Tuolumne County Fire Department regarding compliance with Health and Safety Code 13146.4, Fire Protection Services Inspections Compliance Reporting. 3, approving the appointment of Heather Ferris and rescinding the appointment of Rebecca Crotty to the Tuolumne County Behavioral Health Advisory Board with a term to expire March 28, 2023. 4, approving a professional services agreement with MGE Engineering, Inc. for engineering design services related to the Red Hills Road Crossing 6-Bit Gulch Project number 1708 for a total amount not to exceed $208,928.66 and authorizing the chair to sign. 5, adopting Resolution 7221 for the California Climate Investment Grant Program for a forest health grant in the amount of $5 million and authorizing the county administrator to sign all related agreements, amendments, and contracts. 6, approving the plans, specifications, and bid book contract number 1700, roadway safety signing audit, and issuing a call for bids to be due on September 2nd, 2021 at 2 p.m. 7, approving an agreement with NeoConnect for a technical study related to the Central Sierra Broadband Roadmap in the amount not to exceed $220,000. 8, approving an agreement with California Forward for a community outreach program for a broadband roadmap in the amount not to exceed $40,000.
Okay, thank you very much. Would any board member like to pull an item for further discussion? Which item would you like to pull?
I'd like to pull both 7 and 8.
Okay. Any other board members like to pull an item?
I was going to pull 5, just a quick update.
Okay.
Or a quick summary. So sure.
I can save my comments for that.
Okay. Any other items like to pull? Any other discussion on the consent calendar as a whole? No. Okay. Is there any public comment on the consent calendar minus items 5, 7, and 8? Anyone on the phones? Okay, bring it back to the board. If there's no more discussion, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar except for items 5, 7, and 8.
I'll move to approve the consent agenda.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Supervisor Brandon, second by Supervisor Kirk. I will call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much. Okay, so we will go back and I'll ask the board clerk, our twin board clerks here, to read item 5 for us once more.
Adopting Resolution 7221 for the California Climate Investment Grant Program for a forest health grant in the amount of $5 million and authorizing the county administrator to sign all related agreements, amendments, and contracts.
Hey, so Liz, the reason why I pulled this is because It's awesome. It goes towards one of our priorities, $5 million. Did you write the grant? Part of it?
Yeah.
Anyways,
Lots of
awesome job. Could you just give, mainly for the public and any media listen, just basically what this is about, and we'll move forward.
Yeah, so this is a grant from California Climate Investment Grant Program. We have been a recipient before. In 2018, we have applied every year since. Well, I should say they have two buckets of funding: fire prevention funds and forest health funds. This is from the forest health. We have also received fire prevention funds in the past for the Defensible Space Program, roadside brushing, etc. This funding will go to, in combination with about $3 million that we received from the U.S. Forest Service a couple months ago, will go to implementing the first phase of the Cerro project that I've been to your board a handful of times to discuss. And this first phase is implementing the fire management features. They're essentially fuel breaks, and these will be along ridge tops or along roadsides in the highest priority area of the Cerro area. And so there's a map attached in the board packet, but it's basically from the Cedar Ridge portion of Cerro all the way up along Highway 108 to Strawberry. And there's a handful of different fire management features that will be implemented with this funding. There's also a portion of this funding that will be going toward the Tuolumne Band of Miwok Indians to do about 120 acres of reforestation in their area that was affected by the rim fire.
Awesome. Thank you for that update, and just congratulations. It's an awesome thing to see how the MSA and the U.S. Forest Service, all these partners come together, and bit by bit we're getting things done. So thank you. And thank you to our partners.
Yes.
I'd like to just echo that, Liz. Very, very nice. You know, your continued efforts in bringing in grant funds has been just extraordinary. And it's really doing so much to, protect our communities. So thank you very much for your efforts.
Supervisor Brandon?
Yeah, just echoing the same sentiments. $5 million, that is what we're receiving for our county for ARP funds for the entire year in economic recovery. So that is a huge amount. Some people are asking, well, why isn't ARP going to the fuel reduction? Is we have some great staff, including Liz, working on this, applying for these grants, trying to protect our community. I know this is a lot for, especially up the hill and some other areas, but this does impact my district directly north of Columbia very heavily, which if it burned down would be irreplaceable. So thank you for your hard work, and to everybody else who worked on it, and to YSS for continuing to just be a model collaborative, a model organization, showing everybody can work together. So.
And yeah, and I concur. I mean, obviously, it's a huge deal for the folks that live up there in the Cedar Ridge area in the immediate future, but also for the entire region. I've been looking at this area for years, and it in desperate need of treatment. It ticks all the boxes in terms of if you were going to tailor make an area to maximize the amount of damage in a catastrophic wildfire. I mean, that area is the poster child. There are a few others in our county as well, but, that one's in my district. So it's the one I think about the most and worry about the most, honestly. And we've had a number of close calls in the past few years. And so not only do I appreciate the fact that you've been working so hard to acquire this money, you are also setting deadlines with the idea that this is going to get done as quick as we possibly can, because often we see a lot of times with these grant-funded enterprises, they kind of get stretched out, and they take a lot longer than you think they're going to take. And so from the beginning, you've set a heavy priority on getting as much fuel reduction as quickly as possible, and I really appreciate that, and I think it's going to be a good thing for the people of our county. And I think we got skunked last year on the CCI money, didn't we? So that's good. And I know that's how it works. Like when you get skunked one year, you got to leverage that and make them feel guilty about it. And so I think that might have played into this a little bit, because this is really a very large grant. And so you deserve a lot of the credit, Liz. And really thanks to the partners that have been helping us all the way to get these. I don't have any more on that. But I will see, is there any public comment on this? Yes, sir. Go ahead and come on down to the podium here.
Thank you. And thanks for not stopping me earlier. I apologize for that. I worked for the Hetch Hetchy system for a year and a half. I drove through the Rim Fire area continuously every day. So I started meeting with Jim Jeanette over at the Groveland office of the U.S. Forest Service. And we were working on a program, but he retired, that people would be able to adopt a certain section of the forest, especially right now with reducing fuels, because anybody can go out there with some clippers or a small chainsaw, pile that stuff up for burning. And so I had asked him if my family could adopt 20 acres out there. And we were to the point that we were going to go out and select which would be the most appropriate place, the safest and so forth. I'd sign a waiver for getting injured and all the different things. We would have an agreement. But it died. And I would suggest that maybe we think about trying to resurrect something like that with the Tuolumne County volunteer dude there. That people could volunteer, adopt a section of the forest, and right now it would be pretty much removing all the little bushes and stuff that are going to be the big fire carrier because the big trees all disappeared. I don't know if you've been out there, but oh my gosh, it is amazing how devastating that was. And then at the point, once it's cleared and they help control erosion during the wintertime, then trees would be distributed at the appropriate time towards the late winter and planted on 10, 20-foot spacing, something like that. So anyway, there has been an effort by the public. I didn't get too far, and I had 20 volunteers, guys from Calaveras County that would come over here and some people in Tuolumne County that would help, along with the members of my family. So adopt a forest. Hallelujah.
Okay, thank you. Okay, is there anyone else that would like to speak? Anyone on the phones? Okay. Thank you very much. I'll bring it back to the board for more discussion, or if that's not, if there's no more discussion, we'll look for a motion.
All right. I will make a motion to adopt Resolution 7221 for the California Climate Investment Grant Program and Forest Health Grant for the amount of $5 million.
And I'll second that.
Okay, motion by Supervisor Kirk, second by Supervisor Half. I'll call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, none opposed. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, so then I think we had item 7 was next.
Seven, approving an agreement with NeoConnect for a technical study related to the Central Sierra Broadband Roadmap in an amount not to exceed $220,000.
Okay, the reason why I pulled actually both 7 and 8 is for the same reason. There's a public outreach piece in each one. And NeoConnect and California Forward both say that they will do outreach for 5 to 10 students and 5 to 10 senior citizens. And I was selected to be one of the 5 people in this is for the whole region, from Alpine all the way to Mariposa, including Tuolumne County, this road map for broadband. And so 5 to 10 people in either category for a 5-county region seems extremely lightweight. And if we're going to get a good read on what the needs are, I think we need to do better. And I wanted to have Cole come up and talk about that.
Thank you, Supervisor Half. Good morning, Board. So just as an initial reminder, there's been questions on the funding mechanism for this broadband roadmap. And as a reminder, back in April, we officially received our $500,000 from the Economic Development Administration that I put in on behalf of the 5 counties. Tuolumne County is the lead agency, and we received that with a no-match grant. So this is essentially $500,000 from the Economic Development Administration, where we do not have to put any collateral in, including any of the 4 counties. And the goal of this broadband roadmap is to essentially create that plan that's both the priorities for the boards, the priorities for the internet service providers, and the priorities for the communities. So with that in mind, let's address your core issue, which is the outreach. So one of the things that we have found, and I have learned through getting this broadband world, is that a lot of times we go and we say, okay, let's do community outreach on broadband, and what are the issues that are related to broadband, And we'll hold community forums, and we'll do it, especially in the past 2 years, through Zoom. And we miss a large pocket of our community that doesn't have access to broadband or are not necessarily already connected. And if you're not connected, how do you know what you need to be connected? So NeoConnect is our primary consultant. They're going to be the lead agency that will do the community outreach. They'll do the priorities with the board. They'll do all the outreach to business providers in our community on understanding what they need, internet service providers. And I wanted to fill that gap. And so that's where California Forward comes in. And they're specifically going to do outreach to seniors who do not have access already to broadband, and also doing community outreach to those students that are high school and college age in all of our communities. So when they do say the 5 to 10, that just doesn't mean there's 5 to 10 students they're going to talk to across the 5 counties. It's essentially 5 to 10 community members from each of the counties. But there's already conversations with California Forward that they're going to work with the Area 12 on aging. So while it does feel very limited, I mean, we could talk to them about broadening their scope, but that is already their intentions. It's not a very limited scope. So I'm happy to answer more questions.
Yeah, I'd just like to make it clear, because it doesn't specify here that the outreach will be in each county,
Okay.
and hopefully it'll be more than 5 to 10.
Right.
So that's my only concern, and it was a concern when we were scoring the rubric on that.
So I have similar concerns, Cole. My question is it's easy to say, well, they have the plan, they're going to, do this, they're going to do more of an outreach, but the contract doesn't show that.
Sure.
And so I personally would feel better if the contract was, amended to specify, better what they're going to provide. And I think that 5 to 10 range is far too short, especially with our seniors.
Okay.
We've got a very high population of seniors in the county, and I think everybody knows it's hard enough for a lot of us to figure out internet and broadband and just any of this stuff on how to communicate. And seniors have even more of a struggle many times. So I would feel more comfortable if we actually amended this contract to be more specific.
Supervisor Brand.
We were talking about a lot of discussion online about this, and I think just answering questions. The thing that comes up is, why is the county just funding study after study after study, right, on these? So can you go through the process, how you got this money, what it can be used for, and kind of what process you arrived at this contract for?
Right, so this was mid-coronavirus, the CARES Act came out. And they essentially, the Economic Development Administration, offered grants that would build resiliencies in communities. And so I immediately thought, what's more important than anything during coronavirus, which was access to broadband for our students and just work in general. And so we got to apply with essentially an economic hardship across the 5 counties, which is pretty unusual to have a $500,000 grant from the federal government with no match. And the goal is that this broadband plan will actually put us farther ahead than any other region and community in California right now on being prepared for the state and federal funds. So part of this is whenever you go out for a large pocket of money, especially when it comes to construction and infrastructure at the federal government, you need a nexus. You need a document that shows proof that you are having hardship and not just felt, but that you can back it up with documentation and also show them maps and regions and unserved communities and why it's a priority. So this document is going to lay that all out for us and essentially be the words that we can apply for a large pocket of money for infrastructure. And not only that, but the broadband roadmap is also going to outline all the different federal and state programs that are about to come down the line, so we are ready. And the final thing that I'll say is that the state is watching what we're doing to push it for all the other regions in California. The Department of Technology is very aware of it. The CPUC, they all want to see what we're doing because it's the right model, and they're going to be funding that middle mile network based on those communities that are most prepared. And this will be done in 6 months, and we'll be ready to run. So I'm very excited about it. It's essentially free money from the federal government to do this project, to plan and be ready
Great.
for more money.
And in the amount that we received too, people were saying, well, why not put this towards actually laying fiber? And of course, 100,000 into that.
So I'll say two things to that.
Yeah.
So the average cost any internet service provider tells us for broadband fiber infrastructure in our community is $1 million a mile. So we would get half a mile. And the other portion of this is when you request money at the Economic Development Administration for a certain project, it can only be spent on that certain project. And so this money is specifically and only planning. And not only that, but they looked at the scope of services to make sure it's still kind of, it goes in line with what we actually applied for.
Yeah.
So it's very specific.
Well, I appreciate your work on this. I think it's great. It's not only going to be doing the study of where we can put it, but trying to get the ordinances in line. And of the 5-county region, correct me if I'm wrong, we're in the driver's seat with you at the helm there, right?
Correct.
That's exactly where I'd love to see Tuolumne County for the Central Sierra and leading, I think, a lot of rural areas in the state. So this is awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Any other?
Quick question. So thank you for, I sent you an email, and thank you for being here today, because I think we're all kind of on the same page. I guess my only question is, because I want to clarify, that way I understand. So it sounds like the $40,000 is specifically for outreach to prove that nexus, which is what you're saying they need. But then the other funds are specifically for the actual technical study for the actual roadmap. Is that correct?
Correct. In the California Forward Community Outreach was an additional to that NeoConnect to go further. The whole goal was that NeoConnect is going to have community outreach, so they're going to do that very typical community forums.
Supervisor Campbell, I'm sorry to interrupt, but it looks like we're talking about item 8 as well, and I would just recommend that you read that item as well so we can have both conversations at the same time. Thank you.
Okay. Can we hold off on that question?
Sure. So let me go back
Do you want to hold off or just
I can
open
just-
that item?
Oh, okay.
Okay. So let's go ahead and do that. And that was actually,
Technicalities.
it's funny, that was my instinct at the outset, but I chose not to listen to it. So that's what I get. So look, could you?
You can do it either way. I don't know what works best for you, Heather.
I think we can just vote on them together as a package unless there's any major opposition to that.
No opposition.
Okay. Okay. So if you'll read item 8, then Cole can continue with this.
Item 8, approving an agreement with California Forward for a community outreach program for a broadband roadmap in the amount not to exceed $40,000.
Okay, thank you. And so could you kind of recap what you were?
I was going to have Supervisor Kirk say the question again.
So basically, when I read this, I think item 7 is more of the technical study, whereas item 8 is the outreach.
Right.
Is that kind
So,
of a good?
yeah, so they're
Okay.
going to be the main fabric for the actual broadband roadmap, which is NeoConnect.
Okay.
They are going to be your main contractor who's doing the vast majority of the work. I was concerned, like I said, for those senior citizens and our high school, college students that they weren't going to be reached in a community forum or being asked about broadband through broadband. And so that is why California got added as an addition to do more physical and direct outreach to those two populations.
And all this funding is coming from that $500,000 grant. Okay.
Correct.
So in my little brain, I would think we would all know that seniors and those students would need it, but what I'm hearing you say is we got to put it in writing. We got to show it for that nexus. And so you're the guy doing this. You're heading it up. So if this is what you got to do to make it happen, then
And I'll just say that you are correct. And the problem is every community says we have a broadband issue, and every community says we can't connect our seniors and we can't connect our youth. So by taking it that one step further to actually document it so that when we apply for those infrastructure dollars, they're actually going to take it. And it's not just our word.
Thank you for answering our questions.
Yes.
Thank you.
So I would just like to clarify. Yeah, I was really concerned with item 8 and how that contract was written. I'm okay with item number 7. I would like to make a motion that we hold off on item 8 and have Cole and Supervisor Half work together. But if Supervisor Half, if you feel there's some questions on the language in 7 as well, we could do both and perhaps bring them both back at our next meeting and complete it then.
And I'm wondering, Cole, maybe you can answer this, or Sarah. These same 2 contracts are going to all the other counties, right?
No, we are the lead agency. We're the only approving
Oh, so
body.
we don't have to worry about it.
No.
Good.
And
Okay.
But to be fair, let's do say this though. You and I were not the only scorers.
Right.
We had people scoring from each of the 5 counties. So everyone did get to have a say from those 5 counties what they thought of those consultants and those responses.
Okay, so good. So I think before, I like Supervisor Goldenberg's suggestion, and I think we should talk to the other counties and make sure that this is the direction they want to go to before we just make a decision across the board. So we have full support. We are the lead agency, but that doesn't mean, we just dictate what's what. So I would like to make sure that we have the consent and agreement from the other 4 counties.
Well, thankfully, we have a Central Sierra Economic Development District meeting on Thursday, and it'll definitely come up.
Okay.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is we want to table this until,
Pull number 8. I'm all for approving number 7.
Okay.
And pull number 8 until we can fine tune the contract a little bit more along the lines of what we've been speaking, as long as we get the agreement from the other counties.
okay. So for simplicity's sake, I will divide these out. So I'll just look and see if there's any public comment on just item 7. Okay. All right, so I'll bring that back to the board and we can vote on that item 7 if there's a motion.
Well, I'll move that we approve item number 7. I got to get my glasses on. That we approve the agreement with NeoConnect for a technical study related to the Central Sierra Broadband Roadmap in an amount not to exceed $220,000.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Supervisor Half and a second by Supervisor Goldenberg. I'll call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, any opposed? Okay, motion passes 5-0. All right, so let's go to item 8. So then what's the, I'll look and see if there's any public comment on item 8. Okay, none. Okay, I'll bring it back to the board. And so the consensus.
Supervisor, can I ask one clarifying question before
Yes, sir.
From what I heard, it's not necessarily that we want more than 5 to 10. It's just a clarification on what's the specific outreach to each of the 5 communities. I think I just need a little bit clarification on what you're asking me to ask California Forward.
Well, at the very minimum, I'd like to see 5 to 10 in each county, but actually, I'd like to probably see 10 to 20. That would be my ask of the other counties if they'd be willing to go for that. I want to hear what the board says.
I concur, especially on the senior side, especially.
Given we have a finite amount in the grant, that seems like that might double the cost, just, sketching it out on paper. Is that something that's workable in it? I mean, can we ask, if we got that and they said, yes, we're on board, is that going to basically take away money from the next step?
Well, we definitely, that's one of the reasons we actually chose NeoConnect in California Forward. We got a third response that was the entire budget, and we wanted to have enough money for turning this into a digital document. So yes, we have enough padding that we could do some flexibility, but I'll talk to California first, see what they're saying, because I'll talk to them about specifically that. Okay, and I'll have that before the Central Sierra.
But is that the direction that the rest of the board would like to see?
Yeah, I'm fine with that. So we can
I would like
table this to give Cole a bit more time to work it through,
Great.
and then bring it back at a later date.
Okay.
And one last quick question on, I mentioned of trying to bring in the other counties and see what their approval is. of just what we're expecting from them as that approval? Is the Thursday meeting, I think, fine, of the Regional Economic Development Group? Just to be clear on it.
Cole, one question I have, is this on the agenda for that meeting?
We have, so there's a board member specific action item. You can bring them up at the Central Sierra Economic Development District. My expectation is that you're not going to get any action items because there is technically no action items to take because we are the lead agencies. It would be more of a conversation with all of those 5 counties present on their expectations and understanding of what we're moving forward, and based on the fact that they did score those responses.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we're following the Brown Act. I know
Yeah.
you and I've talked about that, so I'll defer to you on that.
And I wasn't suggesting any rescoring. I think they've scored appropriately in who was chosen. It's just the content on the contract. Just okay.
Okay. All right. Well, it seems like we're tabling this, so let's go ahead and move on. Thank you very much, Cole.
Thank you. Yep.
Okay. All right. Thank you for your patience, everyone. Do we want to take a break now or go into our... Yeah, let's go ahead and take a real quick short break. 5 minutes, reconvene at 10:08. Meeting of the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors for August 17th. So where we left off, and thank you very much for your patience, everyone. Where we left off, we were about to get into our 9 a.m. appointment. And so I'll look to our board clerk to go ahead and read our one and only appointment for the day.
9 a.m. Presentation and planning status update for the novel coronavirus, COVID-19.
Good morning, Chairman Campbell, members
Morning.
of the board, Ms. Carrillo, Ms. Riggs. My name is Rebecca Espino, Health and Human Services Agency Director. In response to your board's request to ensure the community is well informed about the rapidly changing COVID response, Public Health will be providing a short and to-the-point presentation at each board meeting. The presentation will focus on current statistics, the new state public health officer orders, and any concerns that Dr. Surjenko has for our community. Unfortunately, Dr. Surjenko will not be able to be here today. He is also doing a presentation at the Mariposa Board of Supervisors. However, Dr. Hurd from Adventist Health has agreed to remotely participate to answer questions from your board and the community as it pertains to the impacts of surge and also the impacts of the new state health officer orders that are affecting his facility. Without further delay, Michelle Jaquetta, Director of Public Health.
Good morning. Oh, now it doesn't want to play. There we go. So a brief update on statistics. Since our last formal board presentation on August 2nd, in 2 weeks, we've had an additional 490 cases in Tuolumne County. That includes an additional 40 SCC inmates and an additional 5 deaths totaling 78. In addition, I just wanted to, we learned yesterday after our report went out that we expect to report additional deaths today, including a young man in his 20s with no apparent underlying health conditions who had been in the hospital. He was not vaccinated. He was the same age as my son. It's a reminder that the people getting sick, being admitted to the hospital, dying, these aren't just numbers or data. These are our neighbors, our friends, our family members. This is a snapshot of our COVID-19 data dashboard, which can be found on our website, tuolumecounty.ca.gov/publichealth. What's normally shown in our daily update is a snapshot of reported cases, and this is on the episode tab. Anyone can scroll down there to the episode tab, which is a clearer indicator of disease activity in the county, as episode date is the date a person tested positive or the day they develop symptoms, whichever is earlier. So those dates, as they get closer to the tail end of that, the right side of the graph will change a bit, as you'll see that spike there from yesterday. And as we learn more and conduct our case investigations, those will change as we learn more when they tested positive or when they became sick. You'll notice that our case rate is very high, over 54 new cases per day per 100,000 population, far exceeding the case rate of 10 that would have put us in the purple tier of the blueprint for a safer economy when it was in place. We have 407 active cases. I did want to talk a little bit about healthcare surge. This snapshot is from the statewide California COVID data dashboard at covid19.ca.gov. The public can go there and look at different data metrics and look at ICU statewide and by county. Supervisor Kirk had asked us a couple of presentations ago about some data on hospitalizations, and I did want to share that with you. Our EBI team was able to provide a little bit of information on age breakdowns. Since May 1st, 3 individuals between the ages of 0 and 17 were hospitalized. 17 individuals between the ages of 18 and 49, including 2 in the ICU. 16 individuals between the ages of 50 and 65, 2 who were in the ICU, and 37 individuals over the 65 and older, including 10 in the ICU. Sorry, I don't have a slide for that. It was just information they were able to provide. So at this time, I'd like to ask Dr. Hurd, who's the medical officer for Adventist Health Sonora, to hopefully he can is online still with us and can talk about the impacts of this surge.
I'm here.
Okay, great. Thank you.
So just for a in-house update, we are full. Our ICU is full. Our step-down unit is full. Today we have 18 patients. And over the last 2 weeks, we have seen the peak of our hospitalized COVID patients since the beginning of the pandemic. The vast majority is following national data. We have about 83 to 90% of our hospitalized patients are unvaccinated. The vast majority in our ICU and deaths are unvaccinated. I don't think we have had any vaccinated people in either the ICU or dying. It is at the point where we are thinking about carefully all of our elective surgeries and delaying any that might potentially remain in the hospital. In accordance with state mandates, we are going to have a requirement for visitors to be showing proof of vaccination or proof of a negative test. But at this point, we are not allowing any visitors except for birth or imminent death or special disabled populations with sort of prior approval. And we regret that decision. We regret we have to get there. The staff is exhausted, strained. They've been doing this for 18 months. At sort of the tip of the spear, if you will, with the sickest of the sick patients. As far as the state mandate goes, we have excellent plans to work with our staff, and I appreciated some of the comments in the community forum that really this is a time where we should be pulling together rather than dividing. So we are working with all our staff to either vaccinate them or help them through the exemption process so that we can support our staff and our community. And I think I would then leave it there and open it up for any questions.
All right, any questions for Dr. Hurd? Don't often start with Supervisor Goldenberg, so I'll give you the first word here.
Good morning, Dr. Hurd. Thanks for being on and taking questions. I appreciate it. Yeah, I've got a couple of questions. Obviously, you painted a picture that's not so good. When you indicate we're full and our public health report shows 18, it's my understanding that the 18 are only Tuolumne County residents. So my question would be, and this kind of references an Article 2 that came out in the paper over the weekend in the Union Democrat, but how many other COVID patients do we have, perhaps, that are in the hospital that are in addition to that number of 18?
Oh, good question. So today, of the 18, 16 are Tuolumne County residents. So we have 2 who are external residents. And when I say full, let me just clarify, that does not mean they all have COVID. It just means that our beds are taken up. Folks may not realize that the nursing ratio for COVID positive patients is a little bit lower. So a nurse ideally can only take care of 4 patients at that point instead of 5. So that impacts our bed capacity as well. But essentially, every morning when I come in, there are a couple people in the ER waiting for hospital beds.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay. Over here, any questions for Dr. Hurd?
Yeah. Dr. Hurd, this is Supervisor Kirk. I want to thank you for coming on today. I appreciate it. I'm going to ask a couple questions. They might sound polarizing to some people, but I want to ask some questions, and then I want to get a little bit of information, and then just thank you for what you guys do. So the first question I have you guys ever had patients in your hospital between the ages of 0 to 7?
Time and are only elective have a tendency to become urgent. So we like to get those done when they're little problems rather than big problems. And the other piece is it's the economic engine that keeps us going and keeps us staffed and right. Keeps us open.
Okay. With the state mandate where they're requiring healthcare workers to be vaccinated, are you concerned that with the increase in surge and with staff being, worn out and tired, that perhaps this mandated vaccination might cause some of your employees to potentially walk away, which would then actually continue to further worsen the problem with staff and with hospitalization and ICU care? Is that a concern of yours?
That is an excellent question, and it is a deep concern of ours that we're dealing with every day. The mandate has put it into such a position that people who are leaving, being unable to work through the process of either vaccinate or get an exemption, they're leaving healthcare. So it's not as though we can steal folks who are coming from Mark Twain or Dignity or DMC. And it really is one of the reasons why we're trying to reach out to each member of our staff, in conjunction with our mission, with a sort of loving approach to give them hope and try to meet with them and work with them through the process so that none of them leave September 30th.
So in essence, the policies could undermine the healthcare system to mandate vaccinations.
It could. We have yet to see it, and we're planning for those eventualities, but that is a potential. Yep.
Okay. All right. Well, like I said, I'm sorry if any of those questions were harsh, but they're questions I have and many other folks have. But you know what spoke to me the most was actually what you said. You sound like you're very concerned and you're very loving towards your staff, that you want to help them through the exemption process. And I don't know where this is going to lead. I don't know if this is going to lead to, staff having to choose between providing for their families or getting the vaccination. But I hear in your voice that you're concerned, and I appreciate that, because it's very polarizing right now with what we're dealing with in policy and with the healthcare system and law enforcement. And I think hearing you speak like that is very much needed right now. And so I don't know what kind of situation you guys are going to be placed in, but I would just encourage you to continue to love on your staff, because I met with a lot of them, and a lot of them have reached out to me, and they love people. They love serving this community. They love being there by the bedside for people who've made different choices. And the last thing they want to do is have to walk out and be forced to provide. So I'll get off my spiel, but from bottom of my heart, Dr. Hurd, I hear your tone, and I really appreciate it. And I hope our board can take the same tone moving forward as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Huff.
Hi, Dr. Hurd. This is Supervisor Kathleen Haff, and I agree with you. We need to come together as a community. And I do have some rather compelling questions, and I mean no affront, but I need to ask them. I have seen that there is some treatment either at home or in the hospitals that is not being advertised, adopted, or distributed in a wide circle. And basically it's Dr. McCullough and a whole host of other doctors who have come together to make this protocol to treat this disease before it gets really bad. And I'm not understanding why we're not promoting that and pushing that out to the community and using that in our hospital. That's one concern. And then the second one I have is that I don't understand why we're not acknowledging natural immunity, those who have gotten COVID. And there's a latest study out that I have copies of here. If you were here, I would hand it out to you. It was done in the July-August issue of, let's see, I need my glasses. Oh, the banner's not on here. Cell Reports Medicine. And it's a huge study that shows longitudinal analysis shows durable and broad immune memory after SARS-CoV-2 infection with persisting antibody responses and memory B and T cells. That just came out the 14th of July. So I'm wondering why we're not acknowledging natural immunity as another source of protection and only acknowledging the vaccinations, which seem to be failing now, according to what was the original promise. So those are two of my concerns. I think we can come together if we can agree on some of these things.
kind of, we've seen these 50% jumps in it. And with each jump and how contagious it can be, increasing that R naught, it becomes harder to achieve herd immunity. What's the R naught of it, and how has that impacted what our previous estimates were for trying to achieve herd immunity?
Great question. So the R naught of the Delta variant is about sixfold of what the standard Alpha variant was. The Alpha variant, you had to sort of be around 6 people to infect one of them. The Delta, the rationale is you have to be around 1 person to infect them. All it does is increase the numbers it takes to get to herd immunity. And what I don't want anybody confused about is herd immunity does not stop COVID. It just puts it into the level of influenza. Influenza kills 100,000 people a year, except for this year. So, optimistically, we're going to decrease the death rate every year from COVID. We'll decrease the hospitalizations every year from COVID. But the COVID genie is out of the bottle, and it is here to stay.
Okay. And you said sixfold from what?
From what the Alpha strain was.
Okay.
The Alpha strain had don't quote me on the R naught numbers, but it was like a 0.2 and the Delta is like a 1. Okay.
Thank you. And that also actually was going into one of my questions as well, and this is maybe a little broad, but just a little thought on it. As you mentioned, it's out there. It's how do we best manage it and protect people given that? Is there any state rumblings, and this is also to public health and Rebecca and everybody, about where is the end goal at this of where, because obviously one of the big concerns, I think, at least of mine, and I would assume probably the rest of this board as well, is the state, based on these numbers, taking some very strong action. And at what point will this be more treated, it'll be under control? What will be the expectations for that? I guess any rumblings at the state?
I'd ask public health for that.
Well, one might say that some of the actions that the state has taken of late with the state health officer orders are, bold in themselves. So they are taking those steps without going to something. I haven't heard anything about rumblings of something similar to the blueprint or anything like that that may impact our businesses at this point. But the state mask, and I will talk in a minute a little bit about the state health orders, but the health orders that address masking and, the state health orders that address masking and vaccine verification and testing and whatnot are in place. So, but I haven't heard anything beyond that at this point.
Okay, I think the blueprint style kind of thing is, I guess, more of where I was asking about that.
Yeah,
so.
we haven't heard any rumblings of that.
Okay, so. Thank you. Well, I just wanted to, again, thank Dr. Hurd for, working to find accommodations with staff and trying to do the best that we can, as well as with public health, our staff, and the community. I posted just a little bit yesterday. Just wanted to say to everybody out there, it is heated. There's a lot of opinions on it. Democracy is a habit. It's not a product. It's how we all get along and make decisions together when we disagree. So I really appreciate this forum because I've seen others around the state, and they haven't been this calm, this reasonable, and I really appreciate the level-headedness of this conversation. Thank you.
Dr. Hurd, this is Supervisor Goldenberg again. Just had a follow-up question. Was it correct that I heard that you said they expecting a peak in 5 days per Dr. Surjenko? Is that what, or maybe public health can answer this?
I didn't want to step on Dr.
Yeah, he was
Hurd
predicting the 20th to 22nd.
Yeah. That's based on state models.
Oh.
Sorry, Dr. Hurd.
No, what Shelley said.
Well,
yeah, Dr. Surjenko had reported that out based on modeling presented by the state's epidemiology team and them expecting a peak around between the 20th and the 27th. So we hope that is true. We know that school starts next week, but hopefully that will not have an impact on seeing a decline in cases.
Yeah, I guess, I'd also heard mid-September as a number recently too. Yeah, I'm just looking, 500 cases in 2 weeks, hospitals way up, ranging 14 to as high as 21, 5 deaths in a week, potentially several more being reported today. This hardly sounds like a surge that's coming to an end quickly. I just have to put that out there. Thank you.
Yeah, and I kind of had the same observation on that. Is our county seems to be running a bit behind the rest of the state. So what happens in the rest of the state tends to happen here week to 2 week, 3 weeks later. So I'm wondering if our peak might be a little further down the road and we're just kind of at the beginning of it.
No, not, let's hope, I want to hope not, no. And as a reminder, when folks get sick, typically the hospitalizations will follow a little after. Sometimes if someone is at home and trying to feel better and they don't get to the hospital till later in their illness, but typically we see hospitalizations later, like a week or two after the person has been tested, and then typically another week or two after that before we see the deaths. So hopefully this increase in deaths means we're hitting that tail end, and I hope that that's the case.
Me too. Okay, I don't have any questions.
Okay.
Let's go ahead and open it up to.
Oh, yeah.
Please.
No, yeah, and
continue.
I appreciate so much Dr. Hurd you being on and joining us, and if he has time, hopefully he can maybe stay on to answer questions of the public at the end. I just have a couple more slides because we wanted to share with the public that the testing site is being relocated. Actually, yesterday and today, they're moving stuff down to the Motherlode Fairgrounds, where in the same building that it was previously, and will be open starting tomorrow there at the Blake Elliott Building at the Motherlode Fairgrounds. And they will not open till 10 tomorrow, just to make sure that they can get everything set up and running. But they will be open every day of the week from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Because they have been having a higher demand, they are asking that folks make an appointment rather than walk in. Not saying they wouldn't take a walk in, but they are strongly recommending that people make an appointment. And tests are typically coming back for folks about 48 hours from the LHI state test site. And other providers, especially, is it Rite Aid? Rite Aid does testing through their drive-through pharmacy, but we aren't seeing results from those for about 7 or 8 days. So there are other options, just letting everyone know that the LHI state test site results are coming back pretty quickly. And
I'll just note, I got tested on Sunday. Both my wife and I did out in Tuolumne about noon on Sunday, and I had the results at 4:30 yesterday. Okay. So it was less than a day and a half.
Perfect. Yeah, thank you for sharing that. And again, some agencies or organizations, due to new requirements and surveillances, some agencies and organizations are working with public health and with their administrations to have testing on site and doing that internally. So just real briefly about the most recent state public health orders for the healthcare worker vaccination order. This is directed to employers to ensure that all workers, defined as all paid and unpaid individuals who work in indoor settings where care is provided to patients or that patients have access. It directs that the workers have either received their one dose of J&J or both doses of their one of the mRNA vaccines before September 30th. There are exemptions for religious and medical reasons. If the worker is exempt, then they must test twice weekly in an acute health care setting and long-term care settings, and once weekly in other health care settings. For the visitor's order, it requires proof of vaccination, as Dr. Hurd mentioned, or in the absence of that proof, testing within 72 hours for visitors to general acute care hospitals, skilled nursing facilities, and intermediate care facilities. It excludes visitors who are visiting a patient in a critical condition or when death is imminent, and requires masking at all times, and if needed, additional PPE or personal protective equipment as directed by the patient's condition, and that went into effect on August 11th. For the school workers vaccination that was issued on the 11th, that's a worker vaccination or verify order. This applies to all schools, public and private, K through 12. and direct schools to verify vaccination status. If a person isn't fully vaccinated, they must test weekly. All schools will need to be in compliance by October 15th. And I did want to share just, I know someone shared a letter that had been submitted to CDPH from a school board, and Dr. Tomas Aragon, the state health officer, issued a letter in response. And I just wanted to highlight a couple of things, as we know that school is getting started next week and the week after that. So I'm just going to take a couple of snippets from here that highlight. And this is quoted from CDPH. Our underlying goal remains to ensure that all California students have access to safe and full in-person instruction. Case rates have increased fivefold within the past 2 months. CDPH's universal K-12 mask requirement is in alignment with the CDC's recent recommendations endorsing universal indoor masking for all teachers, staff, students, and visitors to school, regardless of vaccination status. Additionally, this month, the American Academy of Pediatrics released its COVID-19 guidance for safe schools, which recommends that all students age 2 and older should wear a mask when schools reopen. The successes we had in preventing infections and outbreaks in school last year occurred in the context of mandatory mitigation layers, including universal masking. Additionally, universal masking indoors enables all schools to offer and provide full in-person instruction to all students without minimum physical distancing requirements at the outset of the new school year. Requiring universal masking indoors in K-12 schools also takes into account a number of other key considerations: the operational barriers of tracking vaccination status in order to monitor and enforce mask wearing, the potential detrimental effects on students of differential mask policies, which include potential stigma, bullying, and isolation of vaccinated or unvaccinated students, depending on the culture and attitudes in the school and the surrounding community. And finally, there is consensus among leading authorities, including CDPH, the CDC, and the American Academy of Pediatrics, that universal masking in schools is the safest and surest path to a successful return to full in-person instruction for all students as we enter the 21-22 school year. And finally, we were asked to share some of the primary concerns for Dr. Serjenko as the health officer and for public health. Obviously, number one is this extremely high case rate that we are seeing, and the impact of that case rate on medical surge, healthcare surge in our community. Messaging to folks that the importance of vaccination to prevent illness, hospitalization, and death. I would not say vaccines are a failure. 85 to 90% of the new cases we have seen are unvaccinated. The vaccines work against helping people not get sick, not end up in the hospital, and not die. Implementing the vaccination guidance that we've just learned about for moderately to severely immunocompromised individuals. So we're waiting for a little bit more guidance from the state on how we will implement that, and for booster shots for those that small population. And we've continued to have a challenge with symptomatic individuals going to work, going to school, sharing with their coworkers. And we would continue to ask that if you have any symptoms, get tested, self-isolate until you learn if it's COVID. Please follow isolation and quarantine instructions to help us get this case rate under control and get us through this surge. And finally, we have to leave the slide for folks to be able to contact us at Public Health.
I'd just like to make a comment too on the students. It's not an easy thing, right? And the kids, it's tough for them. I think that it really does help prevent the spread. And from what I've seen on our own numbers, and it varies, day by day, but somewhere in the neighborhood of between 20 and 25% of our cases have been in that 0 to 17 age group, from what I've been tallying up over the last few weeks. And so that's a very substantial number, and something we need to consider.
Okay. Are there any other comments on that last part of the presentation? Otherwise, I'd like to open it up to public comment.
I do have one more question for public comment, and then I'll make comments there. But I'm just trying to get clarification based on that. Do we know what the number was that were hospitalized 0 to 17? Because I know there's a difference between cases versus hospitalization? Do we know what that
Yeah, I
0
ran through those pretty quick earlier, sorry about that. So this is just from May 1st, 0 through 17, 3 individuals have been hospitalized. I believe we had one earlier throughout the pandemic, and then
If you could speak a little closer to the mic, I'm sorry.
from since May 1st, there have been 3 individuals aged 0 through 17 who have been in the hospital. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah,
Okay.
0, okay.
Basically telling us across the board that it is no longer possible thanks to Delta. Lambda is still on its way and it is more resistant than Delta, so I'm not understanding this use of herd immunity when it no longer is a possibility. The mutation has now mutated the virus to be more capable of spreading, and it's only going to do more so, apparently, according to the preprint studies from Chile on the Lambda variant. I also haven't heard about any hospital staff having to be hospitalized or put in the ICU. So are we making them take a vaccine to keep them from getting sick or to keep from spreading it? Because we already know CDC Director Rochelle Walensky, Rochelle Walensky, said that the vaccines don't stop transmission any longer. That's a direct quotation given to mass media, I believe on Wolf Blitzer's show on CNN. This is the head of the CDC saying they no longer stop transmission. And again, this is true for Delta, not Lambda. Lambda is going to be possibly more vaccine resistant across the board. So I'm kind of trying to understand if the vaccine is supposed to help people not spread it, it does not seem to be capable of doing that anymore. Everybody, including the CDC director, says that it's not going to stop the transmission. So by default, if you have a position where you're transmitting, that means you've already been infected. So preventing infection is foregone conclusion. And I'm trying to figure out why this is something that everybody feels that it's so scientific and so about herd immunity when these kinds of things are no longer possible. It's basically the vaccine will help protect you as an individual from severe symptoms and hospitalizations. It does not seem to do anything else for anybody else because the viral load between the vaccinated and the unvaccinated seems to be no different. Therefore, if you're not being tested and you're not required to wear a mask, you can just go around spreading the COVID and no one will ever know until you infect your unvaccinated coworker who is forced to test twice a week, therefore driving the narrative that the new cases come from the unvaccinated. I don't understand the drivers that are being looked at here and not understood. It does not stop transmission for Delta, and Lambda is on the way, so what are we doing here? I don't understand. Herd immunity, according to doctors at the highest level, is no longer possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow, you packed a lot in there, and let me address them one at a time. The definition I'm using for herd immunity is to decrease the chance of exposure if you are out and about by coming into contact with someone who is contagious and can infect you. So, as I said, it will not put the genie back in the bottle. COVID is here to stay. What we have seen from the Delta variant is, even though the original vaccine doesn't convey the level of immunity to Delta as it did to the Alpha strain, people with the vaccine are getting ill with COVID at a much lower rate than people who have not been vaccinated. So there is some partial protection. As far as the workers in the hospital go, that's a testament to PPE. That's a testament to masking and wearing your hands. The truly unfortunate part about it, and I will agree with you that the vaccine usually is aimed at protecting you more than anybody else, is that we still have a number of healthcare workers who need to have testing because they're symptomatic. And currently, I think we're up to about 10 people who are at home on quarantine because they have gotten COVID, not necessarily from the hospital, not necessarily from patients. In fact, our most common spread is outside the hospital when they are at home. So I hope that answers. And I think again, what I wouldn't do is get lost in one study versus the other. I think if you look at just the numbers that we have now and what we're dealing with in the hospital, that's sort of the most telling information. Lambda comes, we don't know what Lambda is going to bring. And if it is a major shift in the virus, you're right. We won't have built up any herd immunity from what we did with the Alpha strain, but we will have built up herd immunity to the Alpha strain, and we'll have to build it for a Lambda strain because it'll essentially be a different illness. We see that with influenza, where there are two major proteins in the influenza virus. Usually what's happened is one of them keeps mutating, and so we see the other one, and we have some partial immunity. If that other strain changes, it'll be worse than COVID ever could be. So I think essentially stay tuned, and more will come.
Thank you. Would you like to speak?
I apologize. I'm not sure if I'm actually supposed to be speaking right now. Is this just for questions for the doctor or general?
This is some public comment on the 9 o'clock presentation, so not just questions for the doctor.
Okay. All right. My name's Carolyn Travels, and I came and spoke to you last week also. I was also going to mention the CDC, head of the CDC, it came out this week that she said the vaccines no longer work. And also, again, masks have never been proven to work for viruses, which Dr. Fauci said at the beginning of this thing with this virus. I've also been looking at the, I guess you'd pronounce it VAERS, Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System, which no one is talking about. And this is 7 months in this year up till July the 30th. As a result of the vaccine, there are 545,337 total reports for the USA. 12,366 deaths, 68,040 urgent care, 46,036 hospitalized, 92,527 office visits, 4,757 anaphylaxis, 1,381 miscarriages, 5,236 heart attacks, 3,728 myocarditis, pericarditis, 23,354 severe allergic reactions, Why are none of these things being brought out publicly? I've also come across information from an organization called Liberty Counsel, headed by an attorney, Matt Staver. It says, we have engaged in extensive litigation regarding civil rights violations extensively justified by COVID. There are numerous things in this legal memo, which is on his website for Liberty Counsel, and I can give you folks copies of what I have if you'd like. Since I see my time is already fast going away, I will read the conclusion, and I hope you will be interested in checking this out. There are strong protections under federal law for persons who wish to decline the current EUA authorized COVID vaccines. Neither government nor private employers may force anyone to receive any COVID injections. And I encourage you again to read the Nuremberg Law and Justice Code section, or Title 18 USC section 242. People cannot be forced to take the vaccine, and people under color of law are responsible to not force people to take the vaccines.
Thank you. All right. Yes, please come on up. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Jake Edmondson. I live in Cedar Ridge. I'm on the board of several community organizations, and I'm active in the community. I'm not here to bring you studies or facts to prove a point. I'm here to encourage you to err on the side of caution and require masks indoors in Tuolumne County. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Ed Greer. I live here in Tuolumne County. As you are aware, as we've been talking this morning, that there is medications out there that can stop this epidemic overnight if it was easily made available to the public. But that's not what's happening right now. The ruling elite of this system and the medical association are unjustifiably withholding medicines that would alleviate epidemics overnight, just like it did in India recently. Instead, the giant corporations of this world, including the Bill and Linda Gates Foundation and people like Dr. Fauci, want no competition to their cash cow of the harmful, non-approved experimental injections. And just to make it a little more appalling, they are against science and force masks on adults and children. We're discovering that American hospitals are being filled to capacity with COVID-infected patients. Why is that? The numbers of COVID infections and deaths are falling, have been falling in these last few months. Well, if we think about it a little harder, the government has welcomed over an estimated 200,000 or so COVID-infected immigrants, which is just a small part of the 1.5 million illegal immigrants this year so far, according to ICE, that are being illegally allowed to cross America's southern borders. This is unlawfully ordered by this current administration, and that's just inexcusable. So while this is happening, a 97% decline in COVID cases was taking place in New Delhi, India, with all of the credit going to the use of the miracle drug ivermectin. Ivermectin could have reduced the COVID deaths in America by 95% of all its previous COVID deaths. That would mean that out of the 600,000 deaths in America's, ivermectin could have saved 570,000 Americans. But if there's going to be any change, it would take leadership and a courageous heart, hopefully like yours, to save the next 570,000 people from an early demise. These poor immigrants are being used as pawns by these deranged deep state one world order maniacals who are bent on overthrowing the rule of law and our constitutional form of government. Come on, supervisors. Start leading the people back to their freedoms by freeing yourself. The people are granted its liberties from God,
Thank you.
not government. The people are sovereign, not the Board of Supervisors.
Thank you, Ed. I have to stop you
Do
there.
your job.
Ed, I'm sorry, I have to stop you there in fairness to the other folks that would like to
Do your
speak.
job by doing the will of the people.
Thank you. Hello, welcome.
Hi, it's Lori again. I believe that COVID is a bad flu, and I had it. 99% recovery on people that are well. There's clearly a need for employers to take every measure necessary to protect their employees from harm and injury. But the measure you propose, even if they are politically correct, are cohesive, ill-advised, especially when considering that. Number one, no one anywhere in the world has been able to produce a single isolated and purified COVID-19 virus for testing. If the very existence of the virus cannot be proven, it puts into serious question all the measures and decisions related to the alleged pandemic and the reason for the mRNA vaccine. There's actually a German team that's offering $250,000 if you can prove that. The vaccine is experimental and is the only administered person to emergency use authorization issued by the FDA. The vaccine has not been subject to traditional peer-reviewed clinical trials and is thus highly questionable. 3, there's still complete secrecy surrounding what is actually in the vaccine. If all food products must list the ingredients it contains, why not these vaccine manufacturers? We have a right to be informed, have informed consent and full disclosure. Anything short of that raises a serious question. So what's in it? Vaccine manufacturers have boldly defined global immunity from prosecution. Why? This raises a lot of issues concerning who is responsible if substantial injury results. Now, it's already been officially determined that the CDC and all those who have been vaccinated are just as likely to infect others. Therefore, the practice of favoring one group or another is discriminatory. When considering that death may result in this vaccine, it is a very serious issue for every single family. Generally, I have no issue with traditional-based FDA-approved vaccines, but I do have an issue with taking an experimental vaccine which is only authorized by emergency authorization use. It is untested, unproved, and which has not gone on normal clinical trials. Based on personal research I've done, I have concluded that taking the vaccine involves very serious risk to a lot of people, especially children. I'm standing up for the 70 nurses that were in the park last night, and I'll be leaving shortly because I have adverse effects when I'm around vaccinated people. I'm a hairstylist. I had to send half of my clientele away because I can't get close to them. I've known some of these ladies for 30 years. So I get sick. Last week I got sick. Hopefully, maybe I'll get herd immunity. But nonetheless, thank you for listening, and I hope you make the right decision and that Tuolumne County will be the leader in California for good things.
Thank you.
Thank you again. My name is Don Nessel. I recently attended a class and training on the new total coliform rule for treating water. And in that class, they said that if a virus was as big as a tennis ball, humans would be 5 miles tall. So you can envision that this mask, if I was 5 miles tall, and comparing to the tennis ball, the openings would not really stop a tennis ball. Of course, Mr. Fauci talked about we're stopping droplets. Well, droplet is bigger because it has a bunch of them in there, so it might get trapped in here. But guess what? You aren't always breathing droplets. If you are, you're very, very, very sick. So if you're breathing air like me, you're breathing in and out, and everything passes through this. Stuff passes back in, stuff passes out. But it's like a little net. It starts catching stuff until it becomes a huge problem. Masks are unhealthy. There is nothing to prove that they are healthy. In regard to the use of masks, the requirement for children to wear masks is abusive. Children communicate with their face, not with their mouth, speaking, but with their mouth frowning, smiling, making different faces. To cover their face is to say, shut up all day long. Requiring them to wear masks from the moment class starts till they go home at the end of the day is ridiculous. And I suggest if you want to require that, you wear a mask all day, 7 hours, and then take it off and breathe a bit, and you're going to go, oh, man, I don't know, I could have done that in the first place. Sorry for my passion. In regard to the women in the park yesterday, and actually male and female nurses, none of them seemed exhausted, but they all seemed extremely frustrated. These are our healthcare workers. They're the ones that were the frontline heroes last year, and on the front line of the food lines or unemployment lines this year if they won't take the vaccine. We're free people. We've got a choice. Our body, our choice. Children's have rights. Their body, their choice. That 3 cases, if it was 30,000, is 0.00003% of the people in Tuolumne County under 17 years old. Kids are not at risk. Leave them alone. I'm sorry for my passion. We have to stop the mask mandate for children altogether, no question about it, and consider carefully requiring people like me, 70 years old, to wear a mask indoors, outdoors, or upside down. This has got to stop somewhere. If you don't stop now, 2030 will come and we'll be saying, gosh, maybe we shouldn't wear masks. Oh yeah, 100 people died last year because of mask wearing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I know we do have several people waiting on the phones to speak. Is there anyone else from the room that would like to speak? Okay, we'll go ahead and go to the phones and have the first person in the queue join us.
Hello?
Hello, you're on with the board. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm glad I have Tuesday morning off. I'm a full-time student instead of a county worker who works 8 to 5, so I can engage in the civic process for 2 hours or more. My name is Megan Mills, and my family has lived in Sonora for over 47 years. Today, I'm compelled to speak to the hideous actions of members of this community and board member Anaya Kirk specifically at the so-called Freedom Rally last night, or more accurately, the super spreader conspiracy theory entitlement event, in which quote-unquote healthcare workers were protesting the statewide vaccine mandate. You have a responsibility to do no harm as healthcare workers. You do not have a right to endanger your patients or community by refusing to get vaccinated or wear a mask in your capacity as a healthcare worker. The self-centered entitlement displayed at the rally wouldn't be such a problem if it didn't put so many vulnerable people at risk of death. Secondly, video taken from last night's rally shows an egregious violation of the rights of local journalist and activist Sabina Alexander and their father. The video shows no less than 4 to 6 people holding her down in a headlock at one point, screaming in her face with no mask in sight. Sabina Alexander clearly states, quote, Anaya Kirk, get off me, unquote, at which point Anaya Kirk gets even more aggressive towards Sabina. Sabina is continually misgendered by everyone in this video, including Supervisor Kirk, which is in and of itself an act of violence. This attack was motivated by transphobia and Christian evangelical religious zealotry. This is unconscionable. Tuolumne County is hostile and unsafe for me and many other members of this community, especially Black, Indigenous, people of color, queer, trans, and gender nonconforming people. I do not feel welcome or at home in this community, but it's been my home for nearly 50 years, and I will continue to share my perspective here. I have permission from my friend and ally, Carly Fox, to share the following statement. During yesterday's anti-vax freedom rally, a local independent journalist and their father were violently pinned to the ground by rally attendees and then later arrested by police. While it's still not clear what led to this event, what is evident from this video is that police had little interest in making sure the rights of the journalist and their father were not violated. District 3 Supervisor Anaya Kirk was in attendance at the event because he is, quote-unquote, tired of talking about science. He was also one of the men holding the journalist down. He explained that he, quote unquote, became involved after he saw a screwdriver on the ground, which he said, quote unquote, appeared to be altered as a weapon. Anaya did not see the beginning of the event unfold, nor did he know to whom the screwdriver belonged to or what its purpose intended was. Yet he was quick to draw conclusions and post on his social media account a highly speculative version of the story. In his words, quote unquote, let's see how this gets spined. Anaya was also concerned that his actions would be compared to police officer who murdered George Floyd, as he said that he is, quote unquote, waiting for the George Floyd post to come. Supervisor Kirk may be tired of talking about
I'm very
science,
sorry.
yes,
Megan, I'm sorry I have to cut you off there. Megan,
and dying like
I have to
wish
cut
he
you
would
off there.
learn
We have
about
other people waiting to speak. I'm not sure if you can hear me, but your 3 minutes are up, and I have to be respectful of the other people waiting. Okay, let's go to the next person on the phones. Good morning and welcome. You're here with the Board of Supervisors.
Hi, thank you for taking my call. My name is Nan Fuller. I've lived in this county since I was 2 years old and come back for my retirement. And I just am here to thank the members of the board for encouraging the open discussion of the COVID-19 safety requirements for the county workplaces and having the political courage to buck a very vocal segment of our community that opposes mandated masking and testing in the fight against COVID. The spike in COVID cases is undeniable, and in setting workplace safety standards for county employees, the BOS is performing its primary function of keeping our citizens safe. As Dr. Sajenko said in the August 3rd meeting, as a public health measure, the proposed mask and testing requirements make eminent sense. Even Supervisor Kirk, who is wary of the possibility of future forced vaccination, was fair-minded enough to observe that asking people to get tested and wear a mask was not too big an ask. I also appreciate the thoughtful and civil responses I received to some emails I sent to the board members related to the discussion of proposed COVID restrictions on county employees. The board's behavior, though not perfect, is keeping our local government working, so thank you. In contrast, our community seems to be broken. I hope that as clear a common enemy as a pandemic would unite us across our ever-widening political divides. But we haven't united, and we're failing in our battle with COVID. People are dying needlessly. Take a look at the case rate map of California. Communities have united in a sensible, community-centered battle with COVID, and they have case rates in the teens or low 20s. At 54.9, our case rate is one of the highest in the state. Our case rate among children from 18 has gone from 18 to 80. And there are 18 COVID patients in our only hospital and no available ICU beds, not for COVID patients and not for people coming in the emergency room for other reasons. 5 and possibly more unvaccinated people died in the last week. If we had 5 homicides in as many days, people would be running to buy a gun for protection. But the proposed masking requirements have met with vocal opposition. This is on us. We're broken. We've defeated ourselves. If we can't unite now, I question the ability of our county to come together to meet any of the major challenges coming our way. One of the problems is that, unlike the board, we have no forum for discussion with a careful examination of the facts by experts. We cannot make good decisions based on a different set of facts. I ask the board and anyone listening to this meeting to consider what it would take to provide an environment where members of our community can discuss shared problems civilly and productively. Would we model after a board meeting to some extent? Call in trusted experts to testify and respond to questions, conduct civil debate, and cite well-sourced facts. Treat each other with respect based on the belief that all participants want what is best for our community.
Thank you,
And
Nana.
be willing to compromise. Okay.
I have to stop you there.
Okay,
Very
thank you.
sorry for rudely cutting you
No,
off.
I apologize.
No
Thank
problem.
you for hearing me.
Thank you very much. Good morning. You're here with the board.
Good morning. My name is Ellen Beck, and I'd like to give you my sincere thanks for your concern about the safety and health of our county employees and our residents in our county by considering enacting a policy that requires county employees either to be vaccinated or to wear a mask and have regular testing. I understand that this is a very controversial and difficult decision that you face. I appreciate the opportunity to express my support of this proposed policy, and thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning. You're here with the board.
Hi, thank you. I'd just like to talk on, I think there's some misinformation regarding the COVID vaccines, and I think it's really important to talk about some of the contextual numbers. In the United States, some of the recent polls show that over 85% of health professionals support the vaccine. 15% of the ones that rejected, most of the time cite information from web pages that don't have any backing studies. I think if we're going to have a conversation about the safety of vaccines or the issues with the mandates and stuff, the first issue to address is, where are the facts? Where are you guys getting a lot of the studies, right? I mean, if we look just the United States, right, 85% of health professionals say it's safe, say it's necessary, right? If we look at other countries, 100 and I don't know, I believe it's 128 of the current countries are supporting vaccines fully, right? So, I mean, when we're talking about dissenting opinions, there can be validity to the arguments, but in order to have that conversation, if you're bringing the claim that they're not safe, cite those studies, show us what the numbers are, show us which doctors are saying that. If you're linking a web page that has no credibility to medical field, then why are we listening to that, right? Why are we taking the opinion of lower healthcare professionals over doctors who study virology, right? That's their field of study. Why am I going to listen to a physician who treats, I don't know, something minor like, skin-related conditions, over somebody who studies the development of, global pandemics? So I think, that conversation needs to be expanded on. The mandates are necessary. They're useful. They prove important. And now that we're having the spikes in the community, it's important to look at the hard numbers, right? If the dissenting opinion is minimal and not backing, that's something that we have to consider as to why are we even discussing that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, is there anyone else on the phones that would like to speak? Okay, no one else. All right, we'll go ahead and close public comment. Thank you very much, everyone. Bring it back to the board. Is there any other further discussion or questions for staff? Because this is a presentation only, I believe.
I have comments. Comments?
Oh, go for it.
So just on what that gentleman just said, actually, no, I'm not going to go into it too much, but I have in front of me, it's actually from Johnson & Johnson. I also have the Pfizer, the other ones. These are actual statements from the vaccine providers, and they go into and they make statements like the Janssen COVID-19 vaccine may not protect everyone. This may not stop the transmission of the disease. And so it's so frustrating from the national level all the way down that we're 18 months into this and there's still so much controversy. And I hear people's, what they're saying, looking at studies, and I'm going off on a rabbit trail, but I'm just saying, like, even the providers of these vaccines are saying things like this. So you wonder why there's doubt and confusion? Well, because there's doubt and confusion. I do want to speak to, I think her name was Megan, regarding Savina, the lady, the person who was pinned down yesterday. I just want to clarify this. I'll probably do a Facebook video because she says some things that, like the George Floyd thing they are important to clarify. But, my response to that, I actually wanted to stay out of that fight because I know I'm a politician, whatever, I'm a public figure, and I didn't want to have any of the media coverage on it. But yes, when I saw a weapon next to Savina and Savina was punching the gentleman, I was afraid that Savina would, if that's their name, I'm sorry if I'm saying it wrong. I was concerned that she would stab the individual. So I did, I think, what any level-headed person would do, and I grabbed the weapon and I held the arm down until police arrived. And I'm actually really glad that people were there videotaping it because it clarifies everything that happened. If you watch the video, and please, Megan, share that video because I don't need to justify my actions. They're all very justifiable in the video. There was a gentleman there. I was trying to calm the situation down, wait till police arrive. So, again, I don't need to even defend myself. The video does all the defense for me. the George Floyd thing was because somebody was yelling out that we were choking him like George Floyd. And the reason why I got on Facebook last night is because I honestly was concerned that either media or an individual would go on there and make such a comment that we were doing that to him when we weren't. I was actually very concerned about Savina's well-being, making sure her neck wasn't hurt. I was communicating with her very calmly. If you watch the video, you can't really hear the words, but just trying to bring some calm to the situation. I'm in riots. I'm in fights all the time at the prison. This isn't anything new for me, and we just need to calm the situation down. Okay, so this is what I'm going to say, and then I'm going to be done with it. After hearing everybody and researching this, I don't really do research papers anymore because nobody cares about. Everybody's decided and they've made their decisions, and now we have to go through COVID, and people are going to make their decisions based on what they experience and what they see firsthand. That's just the reality. But I want to be honest and sincere in my observations, so please bear with me for a minute. What I see going on is that there are vaccinated people who get COVID, yet the vaccinated people who get COVID seem to be less severe. That's an honest observation. I think we should all pay attention to that. I also see unvaccinated people get COVID, and it appears that the unvaccinated people who get COVID tend to fare to be worse off. It's an honest observation. What I don't see are the studies for unvaccinated people who had COVID. I had COVID. I don't see the studies, I don't see the antibody testing that deals with my experience with COVID and how I may be immune or fare off better. I don't see that data. The constituents don't see that data. Why is that data not out there? I don't know. I also know through basic, simple research that there are vaccines that are sterilizing, like the MMR, chickenpox, oral polio. A sterilizing vaccination means you can't spread it. I know that COVID vaccines are not sterilizing. How do I know that? Because if you go to the Delta or the Pfizer and Moderna website, of all these studies right here, they'll tell you that right now the Delta variant for Pfizer has a 42% efficiency rate. And it'll also tell you that Moderna has a 76 efficiency rate. What does that mean? It means that's how effective it is against the Delta strain. And we can also see this in our local numbers. If you look at yesterday's dashboard, I wasn't looking at today, we'll see that 13 people were vaccinated who were included in those cases. 11 were Moderna, 2 were Pfizer. 13 out of 96 isn't that many, but it still goes to prove my point. So I do appreciate that this conversation today has been very civil and level-headed, and I love that. Because I know we've had some moments, especially behind closed doors, where we're frustrated. Every single one of you guys up here, you want the best for your community. You don't want to see the spread. We don't want to see kids. We don't want to see just the 3 kids from May. We don't want to see anybody die. But there's a personal responsibility element that we cannot deny. And science doesn't trump my freedom. And so what I'm afraid of is that our board is supporting workforce discrimination by separating vaccinated and unvaccinated employees when both groups can get and spread COVID-19, and in that you are creating a hostile work environment. So in the presentation today, we didn't insert the word discussion. However, we did 2 board meetings ago. I wish we would have inserted the word discussion today. But at a future board meeting, I would like to insert the word discussion or direction, because if we're going to look at the science, I would recommend, even though I'm afraid of where this is headed. I'm afraid of mandatory vaccinations for everybody. But if you told me today, Anaya, let's look at the science, everybody can get it, everybody can spread it, then let's not discriminate, let's not make a hostile work environment for our employees, and let's say, if that's the case, then everybody needs a test and everybody needs a mask. That way we're not singling out individuals. I don't like where it's headed, but I think if that was the end all, and people could make their choice to have their medical freedoms and choose not to get vaccinated but still be able to work, and I'm hearing what Dr. Hurd says, that masking, these basic things work. Being healthy, I love that Dr. Hurd said that. He's one of the first people that's ever said that. Have your vitamins, be out in the sun, be healthy, don't be obese. You know what's crazy? If you look at this study right here, preventing chronic disease, underlying medical conditions. If you go back to this page, if you have COVID-19 and you die, the first box is obesity. You know what's below that? Fear, anxiety. We're terrifying the hell out of everybody with this disease. And some fear is healthy, but You have a 29% chance increase of dying because of fear and anxiety when you're infected with COVID-19. So I would hope that this board would treat all of our employees fairly. I don't care what the state's doing, but let's be fair, consistent, and firm on that. And I would support that. I know a lot of people in here are going to disagree with me. I've done my own research on masking. I'm hearing the professionals. I'm coming to my conclusions. I think if we're going to do it, we're going to test everybody and everybody's going to mask, and that's the end of it. I don't want to discriminate, and I don't want to have a hostile work environment. So again, we're not giving direction. I'm just saying I want to see this back on the agenda so we can, or behind closed doors if we got to do bargaining unit discussions. But all my reasoning is based on science that is provided by our public health department.
Okay, I mean, I'm kind of at a loss. There's been so much misinformation shared here. I'm not really sure where to begin. I can just start on, just as an example, you mentioned that the Moderna vaccine is 60 some odd % effective. I mean, while you were talking, it took me about 2 seconds to verify that that's incorrect, that the Moderna vaccine is 94% effective. So, and so, it just kind of undercuts these different figures that are coming from different sources, and I think that is what's confusing the issue. I think what is not confused is that our county is one of the worst in the states. We've had 6 people die in the past week. We have to do something about it. We don't have many tools available to us as a county government. One of the tools that we do have is as an employer. And as an employer, I agree with the previous decision to give county employees the option to either be vaccinated to protect themselves and those around them, or to wear a mask for the same purpose and be tested once a week. I think that's fair. It covers all of the bases of freedom and choice that so many people here have discussed. And it also does the most important thing, which is protect the public, the people that use the services that the county provides, from being infected by this deadly virus. Deadly, I say, because, again, 6 people have died in the past week. So I don't have much more to say about it. I think there's been a lot that's been said, and I do appreciate the reasoned argument where it can be found about this. So I appreciate all of the people that spoke today and the comments from the other members of this board. But I don't think that there are not many tools available to us. Because of the severity of this disease, particularly in our community, I think we have to do something about it. So with that, I'll say thank you very much. I think we'll probably break. Well, I'll look to CAO Riggs. Would you like to go into our item number 9 on the agenda?
My recommendation would be if you want a full lunch between 12 or 1:30, that you not start this item. I do think it may take you more than 30 minutes or 25 minutes.
So are we open to going into lunch for a while to discuss this? So we would be discussing this and then it would cut into lunch break.
Saying instead of 12 to 1:30, what if we just did 11:30 to 1?
I'm not following.
Go to lunch early.
We're doing lunch now.
Yeah, and that was the option. So you want to break now? Okay, break now. Okay. All right, so we'll go ahead and break and return at 1:30. Thank you very much, everyone. Sorry. Okay, so a little bit of a correction to our timing here. We're going to make sure that we get as much done with the daylight that we have as possible, so we will be returning at 1 p.m., and we'll be starting with our item number 9 on our agenda. So again, we'll be returning from recess at 1 p.m. Thank you very much. You good? Getting back? Okay. Welcome back, everyone. Good afternoon. This is the regular meeting of the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors. It's August 17th, and we were on item 9 of our regular agenda, and so I'll look to our board clerk to read item 9 for us.
9, staff presentation and request for direction on use of public education and government channel access funds as currently provided by Access Tuolumne.
All right, good afternoon, Board. Liz Peterson with the County Administrator's Office, and Chris Schmidt, of course, with the County Council. So just to give you a little bit of background, in 1984, the federal government passed the Cable Communications Policy Act, which established that local governments could grant cable franchises the use of the right-of-way, and in exchange would receive 5% of the gross revenue for doing so. That is now what we call franchise fees. The act also allowed a 1% fee to be added onto cable subscribers by the cable companies to support the equipment needs of public access stations, up to 4 per jurisdiction, and this is what we call a PEG fee. PEG is an acronym for Public Education and Government, and it is intended to fund facilities that provide public educational and government access channels in a community. The county has been working with, since 1986, the nonprofit Tuolumne County Community Cable Access, which has since rebranded to Access Tuolumne. And Access Tuolumne is the one who currently receives the county's PEG fees that they collect each year as the county's sole public access station here in the county. So, so a little bit more about PEG and franchise fees. So as I mentioned, PEG fees are restricted in how they're used. They cannot be used for salaries. I think probably importantly, they cannot be used for salaries for a public access station. They are primarily used for equipment, and that is definitely the case with Access Tuolumne. They're used for Access Tuolumne's equipment to run their channel. The county also collects franchise fees, and these are currently from the two cable providers that provide service here in the county. And then I included in your memo there the amount that we have collected in franchise fees over the last 3 years, a little over $500,000 this past fiscal year in 2021. An important distinction is that the county's franchise fees go into the general fund to help pay for general services. There are general revenue, just like our other revenues, such as TOT and property tax. So they go for services like public safety services, our recreation and library programs, etc. The Alliance for Community Media, however, did a survey for the 1,600 organizations that operate PEG channels nationwide, and they found that of the PEG channels described as rural, which Access Tuolumne would be considered one of those, 4 of every respondents to the survey received franchise fees to cover at least 80% of their operational budgets. And over half of these channels rely on franchise fees for 98% or all of their funding to operate their channel on an ongoing basis. So this has been a topic of conversation for many years, working with Access Tuolumne on sustainability of their funding. And so today, staff, we have a few options for your board to consider, again, looking at the sustainability of Access Tuolumne for ongoing revenue. So in order for Access Tuolumne to provide these services to the community as a public access station, since they do not receive any of the county's franchise fees, they are requesting your board consider these options for ongoing revenue. First is that your board would agree to pass through 25% of the county's franchise fees, or $135,000, whichever is greater in any year, to Access Tuolumne annually through a formal contract. So that means that we would develop a contract for your board's approval, and this would be an annual pass-through to Access Tuolumne, similar to the contract with the Visitors Bureau with Visit Tuolumne County and the TOT tax that's collected. For doing so, the county would receive 500 hours of videography services for board meetings like we have now, as well as 240 hours per year for government channel information messaging and off-site event coverage. The community would also have access to the studio and equipment for training And the Access Tuolumne studio would be staffed with regular business hours. Currently, they're not staffed with regular business hours. The county currently pays Access Tuolumne $10,000 annually to broadcast the Board of Supervisors and Planning Commission meetings on their channel, as well as to lease the video equipment here in the board chambers. This, in case you were not aware, the video equipment here is actually owned by Access Tuolumne, and we pay them to lease it. So both of these contracts for, well, really either option, would be terminated. So then the second option is that the county would absorb the PEG channel responsibility, including hiring a station manager, at which time Access Tuolumne, as the nonprofit as it's known right now, would dissolve. Well, its duties would shift, I suppose you could say. Access Tuolumne wants to keep the nonprofit status to shift the focus to more of a fundraising nonprofit, similar to the Friends of the Library nonprofit. So let's see. Any franchise fees that were collected could go toward offsetting the cost, the ongoing cost of this option. And the ongoing costs would be as follows. The station manager depends on, a variety of factors, as your board knows, but anywhere from $96,000 to $116,000 per year, and that's with salary and benefits. There also would be some funding in there for part-time salaries, as well as some funding for services and supplies. And then you can see the general fund reduction in expenses by $20,000, and that's because those two contracts for broadcast services and videography services would be terminated. So the net expense is anywhere between $151,000 to $171,000 per year. If your board wanted to go with this second option, the PEG funds that we currently collect would be used for county equipment needs, provided that the equipment is being utilized for the PEG channel. So as I mentioned previously, PEG fees are really specific and restricted in their uses, and so we'd have to make sure that we're being consistent with those restrictions and how we use the PEG funds. And then, as I mentioned, if there was an opportunity for future franchise fees collections, or franchise fees maybe increase, then that could also go toward offsetting the ongoing cost. But for now, the franchise fees that we collected are what's in your board memo. And then there's also an opportunity to expand and establish a separate government channel in addition to the public access channel. And then we can also collect revenue from other departments that maybe utilize Access Tuolumne, maybe departments that aren't in the general fund, or other agencies that would use Access Tuolumne services housed within the county to offset some costs. As your board is aware, lots of departments have utilized Access Tuolumne services and have paid for those services. You saw the video that Dory Beach, the OES coordinator, put together, and OES did pay for Access Tuolumne to provide that service. And then the last option that your board needs to know is an option to you, is that you take no action related to Access Tuolumne. You continue using the franchise fees for how they're being used right now, which is for general revenue purposes. The PEG fees would also be continued to be used how they're being used, which is for being passed through to Access Tuolumne. And yeah, it's kind of the no action alternative if you're familiar with a environmental impact statement. So we're here today requesting that your board provide some direction on the use of the franchise fees and also the PEG fees in looking at what's currently provided to Access Tuolumne. So happy to answer any questions, and yeah.
And just you don't have a recommendation on the three?
That's right.
Okay, you're just looking for the board to come up with.
That's right.
Okay. All right. Questions for staff? Okay. Supervisor Goldenberg.
Okay, thanks for laying this all out, Liz. Appreciate it. That's helpful. How much is roughly being collected on PEG fees each year now?
Yeah, it's I have the report here. I apologize. I should have included that in the memo. In 2019, it was a little less than 90,000. Same with 2020. In 2021, it was 112,000. So around 90 to 100,000 per year. PEG fees. Yeah.
And of that, looking at your chart under option 2, I know most of that is salary where it can't be used, but the one line that says services and supplies, can any of that be used on the supply portion?
It's possible.
Okay.
It depends. Yeah. Go ahead.
As long as it's related to the PEG access, so the equipment, supplies, if that's contributing to the county's use of furthering the PEG access, then it should be covered. The expenditures would be audited over time to make sure they fit within those limitations.
Okay, thank you. The only other comment that I'd have, but when, we'll take this throughout the board, obviously, but, I was just kind of looking at option 1 and 2, and I think you kind of spoke to that a little bit, Liz, during your presentation, that we could decide to go with option 2 and perhaps use franchise fees to fund all or part of it. And so that's what I was just kind of looking at. And without figuring in the PEG fees, I looked at 32% of the franchise fees would raise approximately $174,000. So that would basically cover this chart, but without looking at the PEG fees. And that's why I was asking about the PEG. If there was enough PEG fees could be used, then we could perhaps be down around that 25% in that case. So that's all I have for now. Thank you.
I neglected to mention too, I apologize, but the Director of Access Tuolumne is here if you happen to have any questions for him. The Director of Access Tuolumne is here if you happen to have any questions for him too, Jerry Day, and he'd be happy to speak or.
Okay, yes, and he is running the videos too, so he will have to do a juggling act, but I'm not sure. Do you have a microphone back there? Okay. But yeah, we'll find a workaround. If Jerry has anything, we'd certainly love to hear from him or any questions for him. Okay, any other questions?
Just want to clarify what you said about the $90,000 in PEG fees. To clarify, every year we're getting about $495 to $544 per year. It's not 90.
So these are the franchise fees that are in the memo, about $500,000,
Okay.
and that revenue is unrestricted, basically. And right now, we use that revenue for general fund services. So it's not to say that it's just a slush fund sitting there. It does go to pay for general fund services, public safety, recreation, library.
Yeah.
The PEG fees are the ones that are about 90 to 100,000, depends on the year. And those are the ones that are restricted exclusively for equipment related to public access channels.
Okay. And you
And
can't
those
use,
we
and you
pass through to Access Tuolumne right
those
now.
are going through.
That's right.
Okay. We can't use those for salaries.
That's right.
Okay, I guess I want to jump in this real quick because I'm not per se against it. I just need to be convinced because what I'm seeing is that public access is operational. It's working. Is it generating any funds through advertising? Through how is it operating? How has it been operating in the past?
So not being a part of their entity as a nonprofit or sitting on their board or having seen their financial statements, I can't say for sure. I do know, as I mentioned, that some departments and other outside agencies pay them for their services, for other videography services, or, video development, and then we also, as a county, we pay them to broadcast our board meetings, and so I believe other entities pay them to broadcast content on their channels. And then, of course, we pay to rent their equipment. And so I'm not sure kind of all of those sources of revenue. That could be a question for Jerry, perhaps.
Okay, well, I guess where I'm going with this is we can't ignore the fact that this revenues, this $500,000, whatever, it's going toward, we talk about libraries, pools, services. So an act to pay for this is, in essence, taking away from other services. We just need to understand that. We're talking about quite a bit of change here, 135 to 171,000 per year. So I thought we talked about this at the budget hearing back in May or April or somewhere in there, and I thought we decided not to go down this road. So I'm a little confused why we're talking about it again today when I thought we already decided this in budget. So I just need to get clarified how we're here today. I think it's important for private businesses to continue to fund and to do what the private industry does. I feel like, and again, this is where I just need to be convinced, because I'm just looking at this from face value. We're going to take in an entity that's going to end up costing us possibly close to $200,000 a year. It's going to take from other services, and then on top of that, so say we got 170. We just did a $100,000 social media contract, and we're doing a $30,000 intern project. I mean, we're at almost $300,000 for media services or for messaging services. And to me, I feel like we're spending a lot of money on this. And so I just need to understand why we're here, why we're doing this. And, I don't really know if I want media to be controlled by government. I think it's good to have a separate wing for informational purposes. So that's just my concerns. And so I kind of want to hear, I need to be persuaded otherwise, because at face value, that's kind of what I'm seeing.
Supervisor Kirk, I have an answer for part of that, and that is that the franchise fees that have always gone to the general fund should probably not have been all going to the general fund all along. For those counties that have public televisions, public access like this one, they get most of the franchise fees, a large majority of them, and that's what they're supposed to be for. And Access Tuolumne has never gotten that. So they've cobbled together over the years, or at least since the current manager has been here, cobbled together other projects to make it work. It is not sustainable. So so in my view, even though there's an option 3 here, there really isn't an option 3, because what we've been doing, it just can't continue. So what we have before us is, do we bring them in-house? And yes, we would be using some of those franchise fees to help pay for the service. We'd get a lot more than what we're getting now. And there's a possibility of even integrating a little bit of with the IT department for their AV needs. So the cost might be even more reduced than what you're seeing here. Or do we use some of those franchise fees? And they're not asking for like what does it say here from that study, that 4 out of 5 respondents receive franchise fees to cover 80% of their operational budgets. We've received none here in this county. So asking for 25% is a pretty small amount that they're asking for, or greater, because the greater is in there because we do have some other providers, one big one that have not been paying into either PEG or franchise fees, so there is an opportunity possibly in the future, and I know Christopher Schmidt has been studying this, and it may be a long road before we see any fruits of his labor, but there is a possibility that we'll be getting even more franchise fees in the future because they're due to us. So I hope that answers some of your questions. So it's just a question of, do we offer them some of our franchise fees to make them be whole and workable, or do we bring them in-house and get even more services and see how we can make it work internally? And those are my comments.
I'll just make one quick comment for Supervisor Kirk's that we weren't going to revisit this. I do recall that we were going to bring this back up for discussion again. It just at what point, I think we may have actually talked about during final budget period, but I'm not sure.
Yes, so the board did direct us to bring it back once we knew what the other, if the other vendors or the other providers were supposed to be paying franchise fees. Right now, we know if they have cable services, which we don't know that they do, they may only be streaming, but if they do have cable, they should be paying it. And then there's a whole another, and I'm looking at Chris because this was our conversation, then there's a whole nother thing about getting them to actually begin paying. So we know what we know now. It doesn't change anything financially for us right now, but that was the direction of the board, was to return when we knew more information.
I did have one other question. I see that Jerry got available here. Perhaps you could give us an idea of how much is collected on an annual basis and fees from all the places that you're offering services to? I'm just trying to get a rough idea of what that amount is.
Jerry Day, Station Manager, Access to Tuolumne. The question is, how much revenue do we receive? So, roughly from, I would say, on a yearly basis, right around 45,000, 50,000 is what we've been able to generate. And I would say about 35,000 of that is through our relationship with the county.
Thank you.
Wait, don't go away, Jerry.
I don't have so much questions. I'm interested, I think, in the discussion. Been able to have a few conversations online. We were able to speak, talk about some of these ideas. Here's some of my thoughts. I got a little pro-con chart going on here. Just starting with the cons. I know that there is definitely an argument that these fees should have been going to this the entire time, but they weren't, and they haven't been for 45 years, right? So if this was a new fee, if this was something very recent, I would consider that a lot more, but the purpose of it, I consider that a little bit stale, especially given the budgetary situation we're in. So for me, that doesn't, I think, hold as much weight. And the other side is, as Supervisor Kirk mentioned, the comparative need of other areas of the county. This is coming from something else. We're either betting on one in a downturn, we're going to have to cut something to sustain this, or our revenue increasing year over year, but this could have gone to anything else. What I'm thinking is library, homelessness, law enforcement, firefighter, something like that, and really comparing what are we getting out of it for those things comparatively. But I do have a number of things on my kind of pro side there. One is I'm worried about the sustainability currently of Access to Tuolumne. Correct me if I'm wrong, Jerry, you're paid about $24,000 a year, 24. We're probably just going to have to park you at the podium.
Well, I'm an
here.
independent contractor, so if I extract my taxes, yeah.
Yeah. It's a pretty technical position. I think if he was to leave, we've been seeing a vacancy issue at the county. It'd be very difficult to replace that. And obviously that's not a living wage. And so I'm not sure if we don't take action, maybe years, could be going for a long time, but eventually when that day comes, I worry about the sustainability, and I wouldn't want us to lose this. Because inevitably we would have to contract somebody to do our meetings, we would have these other costs, it'd probably be more expensive, and we'd lose a really great community element. Seems like there's some internal synergies, I think, with various departments. They've been talking about wanting to do video services. Even if we have the strategy to find, somebody still has to be behind the camera. One thing was mentioned, for example, that the, I think, Sheriff's Department has a deputy who's got experience with video. Been blessed to have that. That's not something that's necessarily always going to be there. So if they want to do another recruitment video in the future, again, they have to pay somebody to do that. This is a potential to assist with it. I think it does expand communication. That's a priority for me. I do see some revenue expanding from PEG potentially, as mentioning with some of these contracts, and a number of cost offsets that kind of detract from the total amount. We're talking, what, 136, but a number of things we already pay for or the revenues coming in kind of start dropping that number. Also, Jerry, let me know too, one of the things I wasn't under the impression, a lot of the access programming on there, going from instead of old government meetings actually having TV shows and content like that, was done on volunteer time, right? It was just extra effort put into the job.
Yeah, just, well, there's no payment in operating the channel. Mm-hmm. So I calculated that I spend about 15 hours a week for the last 3.5 years. Yeah. Operating that channel.
And you ran that news show too, and I actually thought that was a really great asset to the community. I thought that was being paid for, and now I see your model that fee for service, there was no money coming in for those things.
No, it's just all my time.
Yeah. And so looking at all that, I kind of have a proposal. Ends up working out like this. I know it's just gigantic. Oh, yeah. Kathleen?
I'd like us to hold off on any proposals until I've asked Jerry to come and speak also. Mm-hmm. So if you want to make your initial statements first, I would appreciate it
Yeah.
if we could wait until after we've talked to Jerry and had public comment before we make any proposals, if that's
Sure.
okay.
That's fine with me. Then I'll just stick to the one half on here is, so how do we offset some of this cost potentially, regardless of the amount we decide to put towards it? 20,000 would be immediately offset by 10,000 for the coverage of these meetings and then 10,000 for the coverage of other meetings. I think we get anywhere from 5 to 10,000 a year. It seems like in outside revenue contracts that might still persist. I could see some potential working with IT to provide additional AV support, which was an identified need as we talked about during budget. I think we could have probably more time dedicated into ads. An idea brought up by a member of the audience before was having them with lodging and a lot of the hotels locally, so that that's the channel that comes on for local things, anywhere from maybe $10,000 to $20,000. And also saving some of our departments funding that they would either or already have had to contract out to a videographer. In my head, I put that at $5,000 to $10,000. Total, that's about a $70,000 offset, and I know that's obviously napkin math, but that there is some revenue potential there. With that, then yield it back.
I'm curious to see, did you have any questions for Jerry or?
No, I do want Jerry to speak. He has something that he's prepared to say, and I don't have any comments other than the ones I've made at this point.
Okay, shall
All right,
I?
take it away, Jerry.
All right, thank you very much. Chairman Campbell, members of the board, Jerry Day, station manager, Access Tuolumne. Public access was created so the people would have an outlet for self-expression and are able to represent their community in the primary medium. All things local, history, culture, events, issues, would have a place alongside the mass media from faraway places. It's our community voice, if you will. The community would be given the tools to create that content and share it within our borders. For 35 years, the people of Tuolumne County have been paying for that service, but they haven't received it. And I say they haven't received public access because it wasn't properly funded. While the cable subscribers have paid for the equipment via a 1% charge, the PEG fee, there was no budget for staff that could train the people to use the equipment, operate the studio, run the station, to be present to provide access to facilities and equipment. And that's really what I'm here for today. As evidence from the memo we've talked about, communities with that forethought utilize the franchise fee to have a staff that could do that. Otherwise, really, what is the point of raising all these funds from the community for this equipment that would never be used? So what have our cable customers received? They've received government meetings, which, again, they subsidize by buying the equipment. That's not public access, but it is a valuable service. Government is the G in PEG, which stands for Public, Educational, and Government, 3 separate channels that we could activate on the cable system simply by asking for them. Without operating funds, okay, sorry, let's skip that one. So supervisors, what you have before you, I think, is an opportunity to make gains for both the community and for your stated goals. Funding Access Tuolumne allows for public access to the training, equipment, and facilities that they purchased, and hundreds of hours of video production and distribution to show the community how the government works, what each department does, why decisions are made one way or the other, all furthering your board's stated goal for transparency. Also not shown implicitly in the budget, you've been presented, are some significant financial savings, a lot of which Jared mentioned. Access Tuolumne video production and media distribution could mean less money spent on the outside marketing contract. Under option 2, the county takes responsibility for the public access facility and channel. The PEG fee we receive could be utilized. Your IT director has spoken about the need for AV equipment. As long as these funds are used for equipment that directly contributes to the operation of the channel, it's fair to use that in this manner. We currently have just under $200,000 in that PEG fund right now. Your memo outlines the amount Access Tuolumne is contracted to record and air your meetings. This year, we've also worked for OES, the Health Department, Economic Development, and Elections. if you look at the total amount the county is already spending, the financial benefits that I've just detailed, the benefit to the community, and which, frankly, I believe that they're due for that. They've paid for that. And a little vision into how additional video production and distribution could help with transparency and overall awareness of the vital issues we all face. I think you'll find this a worthy investment.
Great, thank you. Well, thank you very much, Jerry. I'm a huge supporter of you and the work that you've done. I mean, I served on your board for a couple of years, a year and a half maybe, and I know that we were in the red every year or every month. The expenditures outweighed the revenues, and we were able to turn that around so that we actually were in the black. But I know, and it was very clear to all of us, that was a fiction. The reason why we were in the black was because you were donating time and effort that you weren't charging for. Things like, Supervisor Brandon brought up the information segment on Facebook. I loved that too. And it seems exactly like the kind of work you should be doing. So a huge supporter, and I like this a lot in concept. I'm kind of pretty hazy on what the details are and how we can do this and make it a long-term thing where we don't have to worry about, we always have to worry about this with every department, but mitigating as much of the problem if we have a bad budget year, which in Tuolumne County is often the norm. Usually we struggle, and so we need to find ways to structure this in a way that limits that risk, because I care so much for this as an entity and for the work that you do. So some specific questions that I had was, and it's kind of been answered, but I'm just kind of trying to clarify for my own head because I get mixed up here. So what is the total amount across county departments that's paying for Access Tuolumne services?
Current total amount that the county is paying, they're spending with Access Tuolumne?
Yeah, so if you include like elections, all these things all these things that would be free now, if I'm looking for
sure.
what would the cost offset
reduction.
be?
Yeah. Offset. As Liz mentioned, there's a $10,000 contract, which I think we've exceeded actually because your meetings have become quite a bit longer in the past year, as you all know.
Okay, all right, I won't take that personally.
By the hour. So I'm pretty sure that we've exceeded those.
You'll get the money. You'll get it.
So there's actually two $10,000 contracts. One is for the production, and the second one is for the broadcasting.
Okay, and that's just.
That's this meeting and the Planning Commission.
I'm sorry, that's this.
Also the Planning Commission, but yes, they meet rarely and have much shorter meetings. So, 90% of that is you guys.
Okay.
The answer is shorten the meetings.
So,
sorry, it's 25,000, or I'm sorry, 20,000 for Board of Supervisors and Planning Commission.
At least.
Okay, and then what about elections and some of these other?
Well, those were spot jobs. I think Dory's here. I think we spent about $6,000 on OES video production, Debbie's not here right now. Just a little bit less with her on elections.
Okay, so maybe another 10,000 between OES.
A little more,
elections.
and then we have. Let's see, the health department, we charge to air the economic development, the COVID updates. So we charged a broadcast fee for those and ran those. And then we also charged advertising to the health department. We ran several ads for them. All in all, I would say somewhere around $35,000.
And so then that would be 35,000 that we wouldn't pay anymore, and that would come directly out of whatever agreement we come up with.
Correct.
Okay. And then with the leased equipment, so we've already paid into that for a significant amount of time. What happens to that? Does it just become ours as the county? Do we get the balance of what we paid on the lease back from whatever fund we're creating? How does that work? What happens to the prorated cost for the lease on the equipment?
I think, so are you referring to
I'm
in
referring
option
to
two? In
our
option two,
equipment.
if we were
Yeah.
to absorb, so this is not our equipment, this is Access
Right.
Tuolumne's, yeah, that we pay them to lease. So, depending on how the nonprofit sort of shifts, I believe there would be some work to dissolve the assets amongst the people who sit on the nonprofit. We'd have to look into it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm kind of, that's an area where I'm a little, what would we do?
Supervisor Campbell, I think the
Yeah.
answer is we just don't know because that's something that could be worked out between the nonprofit and the county. So it's one of those unknowns at this time.
I have a question. You're talking about leased equipment? This is purchased equipment, right?
Well, purchased
So the-
by Access Tuolumne, but leased by
The county.
the board, by the Tuolumne County.
I see. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. And has anyone, so that was one question. Has anyone discussed any of this with the city? Because I know that there's, they receive their own franchise fee, and they are now recently receiving PEG fees, and we haven't quite figured out an agreement there. I know that they're kind of keeping their portion of that, whereas the county is contributing ours to Access Tuolumne, the entity. So then we would be doing kind of a similar thing. Is that correct?
I think I can answer some of that. So the city never enacted a PEG fee until 2 years ago when I proposed to them that they do enact a PEG fee for the purpose of supporting Access Tuolumne. And they did vote in affirmative to enact that PEG fee, but as to this point, Access Tuolumne has not received any PEG fees from the city.
Okay.
Supervisor Campbell, if I could just weigh in on some of the things that could happen. So for any outside entities, if you chose option 2 and you were to bring Access Tuolumne or have your own station manager internally, anyone who's external to our organization, we would charge them the cost of his time and a portion, some of the cost of the equipment that he might need would become part of that cost that you would charge to any outside entities, such as the city council or maybe TUD or any others who may reach out to him. They would be charged is what would happen, and that would come in as revenue to further offset any costs.
Okay.
And Jerry, can you speak to your discussions with the county schools?
A little bit. We have a meeting pending, but county schools, when this COVID just started a program to reach out to students in their homes, and contracted with the public access station. We did a program called Story Time that ran for about 6 months daily for them. And we have since contacted them again and discussed doing further work on it. And indeed, even introduced the idea of creating that E in PEG, having an educational channel, which if they were interested in doing that, that could be something that I could manage, and that also could be another offset.
So right now,
That's just a discussion.
yeah. So, and that was going to kind of be in the same vein of what I was asking here is, so TUD would still continue to use Access Tuolumne, I assume?
Talking about education.
Well, what I'm talking about is the fee for service for other agencies. So, for example, TUD pays just like we do for you to film meetings, and then the schools, I assume, would have a similar kind of arrangement for their programming. Would that fee increase, or would it stay the same? I mean, wouldn't TUD see that they had as much? I guess that's what I'm getting at, is what would the fee be for non-county entities that wanted to rent this as a service?
I think that would be a negotiation.
No, Supervisor Campbell, we can only do a cost-based reimbursement for us. So we would determine what the cost is for his department to operate. We would break that into an hourly rate, and then that hourly rate would be charged to any outside entities. We don't know what that would be until we bring back, if your board takes and directs us to do that, we would return with a class spec, we would return with a pay range, an assignment to a bargaining unit, at which time your board would make a decision on that. Once we have that and we put his budget together, then we would have a better idea of what that cost would be. But remember, we only do a cost reimbursement based charge out to anyone else.
And I can't remember, is Access Tuolumne is not held to that. I mean, we don't need to charge only recovery of cost.
No.
I think, yeah.
Actually, to be honest, if we charge recovery of costs, it would be more.
Yeah.
They are a nonprofit.
Well, yeah, and that's kind of what I'm getting at is what if the cost for recovery, if we, if we increase the overall budget by this much, what if it leads to a significant increase in the cost to these other agencies to, contract for these services?
So just like any fee that your board oversees, sets, your board has the ability to set it at any rate. It can be at 100% cost recovery or anywhere below that.
Okay. And then IT was brought up. Has anyone asked IT about this? Because it seems like they're pretty heavily loaded right now.
Yeah, so
I
IT
don't know
actually,
that they would want to take this on.
right, so IT falls under my office and is appointed by the CAO. He does not have, my recommendation, if the board wants to go with option number 2, is that you would make him independent, much like you did, say, the innovation and business director. IT, I'm not sure how Jerry would fit in with IT, other than maybe being able to supplement and help at times, but what he does is different in that he would be a station manager is the recommendation here, not a technician on our internal system, which is the difference. So my recommendation would be not to place it in IT. Your IT director has a lot on his plate right now, and adding that in would just give him less capacity to deal with the internal mechanisms of maintaining our systems.
Okay. All right. Any other questions for Jerry or staff or anyone from the board?
I guess, was there a different IT component to the services that wasn't connected with just where he would land working? I thought I heard something about that there might be a benefit.
I mentioned if the equipment would be used for public access, then we may be able to utilize some of the PEG funds for some of the AV needs of the county. So that's how I mentioned IT. They had mentioned previously they had AV needs.
Yeah, I thought there was a little different twist. Thank you.
Okay. There's no other questions from the board. Did you have a comment or question? Okay. Okay, so I'll go ahead and open it up to public comment. If anyone would like to speak on this, please come on down. Hello, sir.
Well, hello. Never thought I'd be in this boardroom again, but this is one issue that I'm pretty passionate about. I served as a supervisor. I also served on their board of directors for 6 years. And when I got on the board initially, in current parlance, the then Cable 8 was on a respirator. Okay, and in partnership with the city council rep at the time, we did our very best to keep it on the respirator and not pull the plug. And then Jerry Day showed up. And what he has done with that program on less than a shoestring is nothing short of remarkable. And I think what you have before you today is a fundamental decision of whether now Access Tuolumne continues or not. How you do that, I'm not going to tell you how to do your business. But I think Access Tuolumne is providing a vital product to this community. It certainly is providing a great service for this board and this county government. And I think it's vital that Access Tuolumne continues. I'm not necessarily a fan of combining government with media, but in this case, I could support that. I also could support the county taking some of that money that they get from the cable providers to keep it a independent nonprofit outfit. But I think it's vitally important that whatever action you take today results in two things. One, Access Tuolumne continuing to be a viable entity and hopefully growing. Jerry did talk about the potential of 3 cable stations. But two, also doing what is right by Mr. Day, because he certainly has put his heart and soul into this program, and he deserves it. So thank you for your consideration, and thank you for your time today.
Thank you very much.
Again, I'm Jake Edmondson. I'm on the board of Access Tuolumne. I was a volunteer originally and was part of that transition period. And now I'm on the board, and I am amazed at the work that Jerry has done. I hope you guys realize this. I first began in public access video in 1980. And let me tell you, there are very few stations, whether they're a large town or a little town, that have this much going on. The board knew that 2 proposals were going to come toward you. You know, one is that essentially you take Jerry in-house, or you find some permanent funding for Access Tuolumne via the franchise fee. We didn't come with a specific recommendation. We just want you to realize what a valuable resource we are. I mean, newspapers are going away. The chance for the public to get news about local information is something that many communities are concerned about. You can show your concern by supporting us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, would anyone else from the public like to speak? Anyone in the room? And I do see that we do have a phone caller, so we'll go ahead and give them an opportunity. Hello and welcome. Thank you very much for your patience. You're on with the board.
Hi, thank you for listening. My name's Kim Baker, I live in Columbia. I have a really bad echo right now, so I'm going to just talk. Turn the volume down. But I just want to say there are so many cases where we expect our local organizations to be self-sustaining, and this is one where we actually have an organization that is self-sustaining, except that we've been taking the sustenance from it and spreading it to other areas of the county, which is understandable, but in some ways, but not at the cost of the entity that is generating the money for the specific intent that it is, which is providing public access television to the community. So I'd really like to encourage you to look at that aspect of it. Also, we have an organization that is not sustainable primarily because it is really being run by the passion of one individual. And while we all are really getting a great value out of that right now, in the long run, it's not a sustainable model for, again, providing something that the public should be getting for these fees. And then thirdly, I'd just like to encourage you. I really like option number 2, but if option number 1 or 2 would both help provide better public access. And I think it's the big plus from all of this is not just keeping going what we have, but that there is so much more potential that is being missed because this entity doesn't have the resources that it needs to provide them. And by putting these fees back into Access Tuolumne, I think we would all see a great benefit. So thank you for listening.
Thank you so much for sharing your comments. Is there anyone else that has called in? Okay, bring it back to the board. I guess Supervisor Kirk has a question.
Just real quick on 2 things that came up. Contracts are brought up that we're potentially looking into additional contracts. Is that correct?
You mean franchise fees to collect from other cable companies?
Yeah, you said one?
Yes. Oh.
One other one or multiple other ones?
So county counsel's office has been taking the lead. It looks like there's one entity right now that provides some sort of TV service in the county. We're not quite sure if it's actual cable service that they would be obligated to the franchise fee or not. But
so based on your history and math, do we have any idea what that might generate? Just a guess.
We don't yet. There's 3 potential providers. We know AT&T, Comcast, and Sierra Nevada. Right now, we're studying what may be due to the county. I think it's important to understand that we don't have. We're going to ask those entities to support why they're not paying certain fees, but we don't have the responses yet. So right now, we're just studying that at this time, and we should shortly have those letters out. But right now,
no idea what that funding could look like.
No, because when a cable provider pays their fees, they're supposed to send support with it, and it's based on gross revenue.
Okay.
So that we would learn what would be due when we get that support, and that's another aspect to this is that we do need cable providers to provide that support so we can ensure that they're paying the proper fee.
And then if Sonora City passed something where they were going to pay a PEG fee or whatnot, is that a breach of contract if they're not paying that PEG fee? Or is that just a decision? Do we have any idea what that number is?
It's kind of, the city receives its own PEG fee.
Okay.
And so rather than just apply that to Access Tuolumne, which is what we've always done, it's just been a pass-through.
Okay.
So the county would get its PEG fee and it would go directly to Access Tuolumne. The city has adopted I'm not quite sure how they're using it, but they're using their PEG fee internally.
Okay. Kind of like how we're using not our PEG fee, but no, our
yeah, I'm not precisely sure how they're using it, but the point is that they're not funneling directly through to Access Tuolumne like we are.
Okay.
And I have a point to add to that. There is a member of the city on the board of Access Tuolumne. So this has been discussed at least twice, and they have given their blessings as far as the board is concerned.
So they might be heading towards
if the option is to go with the county. They've already weighed in on it and they're okay with it.
Okay, I'll make my comments. I don't know where the rest of the board is, and I want to make this really, really, really clear. I think Jerry is a fantastic individual, and I'm a little bothered that you're spending so much time not being compensated for what you do. So I think something needs to change and needs to be funding. I kind of want to know if there is another contract out there that might bring in revenue, and I kind of want to know what the PEG fee might do. I don't think it's going to solve the problem, but when I look at the numbers and we're talking about 25% of the fee going towards this, we're talking about that's covering about 78% of the cost. So we're basically having a 78% increase from basically general fund revenues towards those services, towards this. And I don't see anywhere in our organization, whether it's law enforcement, pools, services, where we're putting that much of a percentage change into any department. And so I kind of want a little bit more information. I want to see, I think I think some numbers need to be changed and need to be bent. We need to make it more solvent. I kind of like the idea of leaving it as an independent contractor. But for me, I don't think I'm at 1 or 2 at this meeting yet. I kind of want a little bit more. I like to see those other 2 things play out. But I think we're having a good conversation heading in the right direction.
I kind of, I did a similar napkin math that Supervisor Brandon did. Maybe a little bit different on the pots, but I came up with that, I think we would be looking at an obligation of a little under 100,000 based on the numbers that I'm hearing. So that, if I'm looking at this correctly, we'd be more looking at perhaps 20% of the franchise fee based on the pots of money that I heard. That I think that that's doable without thinking about any potential future, AT&T or other company. I mean, that could change things dramatically. But anyways, just wanted to weigh in on that.
Supervisor Brandon, and then I actually had some comments on that, so I'll jump in after Supervisor Brandon.
You want to go first?
Yeah, sure. So Supervisor Goldenberg, you mentioned 20%, and that was actually a similar conclusion that I came to on the option 1 front. So the big sticking point for me, I think there is still quite a bit to be worked out with this, so I would like, if we can figure out a way to have some wiggle room to work out some of these elements that we're not sure about, that would be my preference. But on that very first sentence of option 1, where it says 25% of the franchise fee or 135, whichever is greater, I kind of came up with 20%, 100,000, and whichever is less was kind of where I was coming from. Because if there ever was an economic downturn that would impact the franchise fee, and this sounds harsh, but it should impact this agency too. We don't want to artificially keep this one higher than the rest of the departments that are going to be struggling if there is an economic downturn. But on the plus side, if things are going well, then it's guaranteed at least $100,000 a year in operating costs, which is well above what they're at now. And if you subtract, pulling up a calculator here, I think we kind of back of the envelope, it was 35,000 with the 20 for the Board of Supervisors, Plan Commission, and then some of these other costs. So then if you're subtracting the 35 from 100, then you're still $65,000 ahead, and then that's not including any additional revenues that could be generated from some of these other entities like TUD and the schools. So the earning potential of this as an agency, the revenue potential is still there, and it could still go up and above whatever limit we set on it. I don't know. Those are some thoughts.
One quick comment, if I could. In looking at the chart on the franchisees 18, 19, 19, 20, and 2021, we went from 501,000 in fiscal year 18-19. We dropped to 495 in 1920. So you can say, well, maybe that's part of that, economic downturn with COVID. But then 2021, which also includes COVID period, we're up to 544. So I'm not really seeing an economic. I think people, during COVID especially, maybe more people were signing up, because they were cooped up and not able to do a lot of things. So I would still be in favor of having the 20% or 100,000, whichever is greater, though, for those reasons, and allow stability for the future.
I appreciate the comments. From that, it's changed a little bit where I was, but it's still kind of in a similar category. Philosophically, I think that we should try to do a minimum viable product approach. I agree that I think we have the most capability to find savings and potential here for the value in having this in-house under the county. I think the most natural thing is to bring on the station manager as a full-time employee. What is paid in Calaveras, I believe, matching to them would be $65,000. I think $80,000 as a loaded-up cost, and maybe a small amount in addition to that for the supplies, the training as needed. As I mentioned, I think there's a number of cost savings. The ones I didn't mention is potentially savings in the town halls and anything organizing there. The potential, obviously, is mentioned previously with some of the AV systems at the county from PEG. So I would like to see this be as lean and mean as possible, but I want to ensure it is sustainable. I would agree whichever is less as the standard. So bring it in-house. Whichever is less, that puts me at about 15%, which we got a lot of napkins up here, I think, with a lot of numbers on them. 15% would be somewhere around 81,000 as a minimum viable product. And then if in 1 year we've seen all that time taken up, community groups producing shows, or we're having, won't call them long, thorough meetings, and it's requiring more time from Access Tuolumne, we'll be able to revisit this in a year, understanding what it's like, of how it works in the county, what the need is, and have a lot better information. I think bringing it in-house and compensating the station manager for the time that's really already being put in there, those are two big steps. For me, that would be, I think, enough of an accomplishment to do right now, and would accomplish the main goal, which is the sustainability of it, access to the county, and the savings.
I'd like to add a little bit to this conversation. The whichever is greater was added knowing that sometime in the future, hopefully we'll be bringing in more revenues for the franchise fees. And so that would proportionately go, the 35% or, 25%, or now you're talking 20% would be, rather than or less, it would be or greater when and if there is more franchise fees coming in through the other providers. I don't have a particular direction that I want to go in, but this is brought to you. I'm going to remind you again, this is brought to you because this needs to be sustainable. And we've got to find the sweet spot, whether it's in-house or as continuing to be a private entity where they can be sustainable and hopefully grow. I don't want to hamstring them to the point where they're still just trying to hold it together. We have a valuable asset here, something I haven't mentioned, and Jerry, correct me if I'm wrong here, a recent court case or some kind of a case provided for any public access channels now to be listed on the main menu where you see all the other television stations, which has never happened before. And even though we shoot an HD video, none of the public access TV stations have been allowed to put out their materials in HD. Another ruling came in that said, yes, you will put it out in HD. Am I right about those two things, Jerry?
This was a state of Maine.
State of Maine.
And the state
okay.
of Maine.
So it set a precedent there. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So anyway, I want to see whichever way we go that we're providing enough support one way or the other. And I'm going to stay out of the dialogue between you guys. If I end up being a tiebreaker, I'll have to make a decision. But I really don't have any attachment to which way we go other than, let's give Access Tuolumne what it needs, one way or the other, and not short them. Okay, that's it.
Supervisor Campbell, I just want to make one clarification on this item. For option 2, the CAO mentioned part of the employment process, but the other part is an open recruitment that county is required to do. So I just wanted to make it clear that we would have to open up to anybody who wanted to apply and hold interviews if you wanted to create the station manager position. It does not preclude Mr. Day from, obtaining that position, but I wanted to make sure everybody knows we have to go through a fairness recruitment employment process. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I guess I'm a little confused. So, well, I would be actually interested to hear, Supervisor Half, what your choices on this, because I think that this was something that you felt strongly about to have it come on the agenda. So we're
I got to
need,
say, I concur.
we have,
Yeah.
you know, three different kind of ideas. We're kind of in the same neighborhood, but we're going to need to come up with some kind of recommendation for
Okay.
staff, or else we
Well-
won't get anywhere.
All right, well, I do believe that our best option for the most services for the county, the most flexibility, and at the best price, because we wouldn't be paying extra costs, would be to bring Access Tuolumne in-house. I think that's the best deal.
Well, I'm going to look to our CAO. So what do you need to know from us right now in order to take the next step? And what can we zero in on to get some movement on this?
Do you have clear direction yet, Tracy?
Thank you. Yes, thank you. I appreciate that, Supervisor Brandon. So, first thing I need to know is, do you want this to be a county department or not? If you do, then we will work accordingly and begin putting all the necessary mechanics together and processes together in order to make that happen. I don't know that it's less costly. Remember that if you were to bring any employee, not just this one, but any employee, additional employees, is more PERS, more workers' comp, more mandates. However, I do think that it gives us a flexibility and the use of an asset that we don't necessarily have now. The other, if you were to just do an additional allocation, your board can choose any amount. It could be the 25%, it could be 50% of PEG fees, it could be 10%. But ultimately, what we need is direction from you. Which one do you want? If you were to do an allocation of franchise fees to support the local public station, that would ultimately be less work for staff. And I say that because, we have the recruitment. We've got to set up all of that. We need to do the interview. But we will do it. So I really am looking for you. Which one do you want? Do you really want this to be an internal department that gives you the utmost flexibility of what all that a public station, TV station could offer? And if you do, then that's the direction that we would look to you to give us, and then we would begin working. What that would look like is we would begin putting together, if you wanted, a station manager classification, we would come back on September 7th with all the other budget stuff, ask that your board would consider and approve the classification, the pay range, as well as assignment to a bargaining unit. Once you did that, that would then be implemented into the budget for the public hearing on September 21st. And once the budget is approved, we could begin the recruitment process. So that's kind of what all of that would look like and the timing of that. And otherwise, the same thing. If you wanted to instead do a percentage of franchise fees, if you wanted to do that, you could direct staff to work that into the budget. Now, do we want that on September 21st? Or does your board want to take action before then, which would take a 4/5 vote to get that? Because you'd have to change.
bring Access Tuolumne in-house.
Yes.
Am I correct?
Yeah, I guess what I was trying to say is I think we did cover the first one. The second one, I think, is the big difference between what was in the memo for the pay versus potentially doing it to something like Calaveras. Right, and that in bringing back some financial information and like what the class specs are, that's going to be the most impactful thing on that budget. I don't know, can we ask for both?
So, do we need
I
to?
will bring back everything on the 7th, because in order to incorporate this into the budget, you will have to approve the class spec, the pay
Right.
range, and assignment to bargaining unit on that same day, which would allow us then to fully incorporate it into the budget for the 21st.
'Cause
So
what
you'll
I-
have all of those things.
What I don't want to happen is to have all that work put into one classification, but then if maybe it's just me, I'm looking at the other side of it, then to not have that information for maybe a different class spec and pay range. So if we can at least have both of those.
I'm sorry, I don't understand what you're saying. What is
So
there?
we're creating the position, right? And we have to create
Correct.
the class spec and the salary range for that.
Correct.
So comparing that as whether that would be to the median of the region,
Mhm.
or whether that would be to one that we anchor it to, like Calaveras, and say that's what we're going to be doing.
So we will give you the salary survey in the memo. We'll give you the staff recommendation, and if your board wants to do a different pay range, you can do that. You don't have to take staff recommendation.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Supervisor Brandon, I just wanted to acknowledge that the Calaveras Public Access Station has more than one staff member. They have 2 or 3. What, Jerry, can you fill us in on that?
They have one full-time and one part-time. The other part-time does most of the scheduling and planning for the channel.
Okay, any other discussion, or do you have what you need? At least to get us through to the
Yes.
7th?
So
Okay.
what I hear is consensus that you would like us to return on September 7th with, like I said, the class spec, the pay range, assignment to bargaining unit. Your board would then approve those items, and then we would incorporate those into the budget that would be put together for public view that same week.
Okay, good with that? All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Jerry. So that's our last item on the regular agenda, other than closed session. We do have reports. So what I'm going to suggest is that we, do you want to do reports before we go into closed session? And then, okay. So I'll look to the CAO's office. Do you have any reports?
Primarily, you may, I just want to comment on a couple things. The first one is there's been a lot of movement on the 4th floor. New carpet going in. Some of the carpet was just unsafe, so that has been replaced. So you'll see now it's in county council's office is torn apart. And then you'll see some new desks going in that are more ergonomic to fit what employees need to work in today's times and with that equipment. The next thing is I wanted to just give a shout out to my coworkers in my office. Your board knows, and my coworkers know I've had to be out of the office ran just a little bit the last 4 or 5 weeks due to multiple family emergencies. So I want to say thank you to the board for your patience and understanding, and thank you to my coworkers for covering for me like they have been doing. And then finally, today is Christina Cunha's birthday, for those who don't know it. Again, our whole entire office, just a shout out to Christina. We could not work without Christina, all of us. If you were to ask any of us, we would tell you she's the backbone for our office. And I would never want to do my job without Christina next by my side. Of course, with Eric and everyone else too, but Christina. Yeah, but Christina really is that backbone that holds us all together. She keeps me organized. She keeps me on track and focused at times. And we just want to celebrate Christina today on her birthday. So thank you.
Okay, county council. Okay. Clerk of the board. Okay. Anaya, do you want to kick us off? I usually go from one side to the other.
Let's see, board meeting, special board meeting, special board meeting, meeting, special board meeting, special board meeting, meeting, special board meeting. Yeah, we've had a lot going on. Oh geez, I wasn't prepared for this because it's been a while. we did have a solid waste committee I sat in on with Supervisor Campbell, and it's good because we're talking about the contract and we're talking about how we want to see a few items addressed and fixed in services for our community, and we're looking at potentially working with their contract, but also maybe allowing it to potentially go out to bid during the same time. That way we just keep all options open. So I think that's important for the board to know. It'll be coming to the full board in the future. Meetings up at Pinecrest. Geez, I don't know. I'm not very prepared. So other than that, just busy and lots of meetings. And that's it. I'll keep it short today. Thanks.
You want to go ahead, Supervisor Goldenberg? Okay.
Well, it's been a little while since we did reports, but yeah, we've had a lot of meetings. My goodness. In between, though, made a few other areas. Fire Safe Council was held in person at Motherlode Fairgrounds. It was a good meeting. Nice to see folks in there. I'm not sure when we'll do another in-person one with what's going on. Fire Safe Advisory Committee met back on July 28th. Lots going on there. Lots of good efforts and work. Commission on Aging, always a good meeting. As normal, Sonora City Council. I went in person actually on the last meeting on August 2nd, and gave basically a county report, answered questions, and did actually meet with City Administrator Mary Rose Rutaconga at the end and discuss several things, including access to Tuolumne, because they had some concerns. I did do a little tour up in District 4 area, met with Lee Zimmerman, and got a good tour of Evergreen and Rush Creek Lodge. And we spent about 4 hours, good conversations. I have a lot better feel for their operations, so that was well worthwhile. Recently had CSAC conference for new supervisors, which participated in remotely from here. Constituent meetings, I had 3 in my office, 2 outside of my office at their homes. And I attempted to have a town hall, but had some technical difficulties that interfered. And with all these meetings, I haven't gotten around to rescheduling it, but I intend to, and intend to still have homeless as the main topic of that when I get it scheduled. And other than that, visit my website, supervisordavidgoldenberg.com, if you want to sign up for office visits or get in contact with me. Thanks.
Okay, come back over to this side. Supervisor Heff.
It's been a long time since we've done reports, so I'm just going to do the highlights. Tag on to what Supervisor Kirk said, meetings after meetings. But in the past several weeks, I have been working on the U.S. Capitol tree reception that will be coming to Sonora on November 3rd. And I look forward to an upcoming meeting with the city, the U.S. Forest Service, and the county, because I'm hoping that we can all join together to co-host this event. I've been doing Groveland drop-in meetings every Monday from 11 to 1. I'm continuing to do that. Been having a great response. Lots of people coming and wanting to talk to me. But I just want to make a point here of stating that next Monday, the 23rd, I will not be there. I'll be on vacation. And it's reflected in my public calendar. Along with 2 other supervisors, I attended the New Supervisor Institute. It was the last of 3 trainings and got a lot out of that. I look forward to our annual conference at the end of the year where I will, hopefully it will be held in person, and I'll get a chance to meet a lot of these people that I've only seen in these little boxes. I attended last Saturday, along with my husband, the Groveland Rotary Shrimp Fest. It was really well attended. It was outdoors. It was at the stables at Pine Mountain Lake, and it was a great success. I was one of the greeters taking people's tickets and money. I have been working along with Supervisor Brandon on the Homeless Commission, and we've had some really good meetings. And at the last meeting, it was decided that we would have an ad hoc group, which I'm hoping to head up, and it will be planning for an eventual navigation center here in the county. So that's big news, and there are, including me, there are 8 people on this ad hoc committee that will start the planning so that once the funding shows up, we are ready for it. And then this coming Friday, I'll be going to Mountain Sage in Groveland to participate along with some of the sheriffs in Coffee with a Cop and being able to meet some of the constituents that way too. Okay, that is the end of my report.
Okay, Supervisor Brandon, thank you.
Well, I'm kind of with Kirk. We had a lot of meetings, a lot of public meetings recently in the boardroom here. We had 4 full days going through all the budget discussions, and thanks to staff, because that was very helpful, but it was very long. A lot of it has been, I think, discussion for the ARP funds, a lot of meetings there. That's taken up quite a bit of time. Hopefully everybody's caught up on your emails, voicemails, and everything. I know that took me a little bit because we've been receiving a lot as I sent out. That's been really fantastic. So please keep sending them in. It's very nice to hear from people, any questions and comments and concerns you have. And occasionally saying, good job. That's also a nice thing. I get some of those sometimes, and they're really nice. Well, one thing we've been working on for the housing and planning committees has been Title 17 reviews, going in depth with Conveo. I got that printed up and looking at that, the wireless broadband ordinance and a number of other things. I did a cleanup over at Mount Provo with one pile at a time. Had over 80 cubic yards of waste and I think 5 vehicles hauled off. I was there for about, I think, one of the latter half of the day, which was mostly going out, loading up all the stuff that had been bagged, and then hauling it into 2 industrial-grade dump trailers. So they've been doing a lot of really great work. As mentioned by Supervisor Half on the Homelessness Committee, she's working on a ad hoc navigation center committee. I am serving on one for the emergency shelter ordinance to look at all the properties around. If you have suggestions, please send them. That's something that's very helpful. Dana Baker, District 4 representative there, is the chair of that subcommittee, and would be great to get your ideas on what might be potential places. I'm also working on a resource binder, pulling together a lot of the stuff on homelessness locally. I attended Coffee with a Cop as well with Sheriff Pooley out in Columbia a couple weeks ago as well, and along with 2 of my fellow supervisors attended Training 3 of the CSAC New Supervisors Institute Supervisor School. Made some really great connections. Was able to meet some of the CSAC staff, policy experts, and it was a really fantastic learning experience. We had the first meeting of the Water Policy Committee. We decided that that is a very valuable space. All the members want that to continue. That is under OES Coordinator Dory Beats, and that's made up of the community service districts as well as TUD. So there's discussion about how this will interact with other committees at the county, what we'll be taking on. I think there was an agreement that we need to be paying more attention to water policy at the state level and having a lot more discussions with these municipal systems. And of course, fitting in between all that, quite a number of constituent calls and meetings, a lot on roads brushing, crime, as well as some events that have been happening in my district as well.
Okay, thank you very much. And other board members have touched on it, but I really wanted to say thank you so much to this board for your patience and your hard work over the past few months. This is the hardest working board that our county's ever seen. And I say that without qualification. I mean, just look at the facts. You know, we had 2 board meetings last week. We had 4 the previous week, and we had 1 today. You know, I don't know about the rest of you, but it generally takes me about 3 days to prepare for a regular board meeting. Sometimes more, sometimes a little less, but that's usually a pretty good rule of thumb. So 3 days of preparation for 1 meeting, and we've had 6 in the past, 7 in the past 2.5 weeks. And so just to give you an idea of the amount of work that goes into this, and that's just for board members. There are staff and within every department of this county that are contributing to this discussion. And so just a tremendous amount of work has gone into just these past 2 months for some very important discussions about ARP and about our budget, the foundational issues about our county. And I think we're setting a really good stage for the future. So I hope you feel that the work is valuable and that you're getting a lot out of it, because I can tell you it is. This is going to lead to very good things for our county for the foreseeable future. I feel very confident about that. I think it's really worthwhile. So I'm very grateful to have a board that's willing to put in that kind of work. Just kind of going over some of the things that I've done. I'll try not to labor things too much, just bring up some of the things I'd like to let the board know about. So in the Transportation Committee that Supervisor Half and I participated in yesterday, we discussed a couple of things that I thought might interest the board. One is setting some kind of standard in place for speed bumps and speed humps in our county. It's a frequent thing that your constituents will be asking for is, kids are driving too fast on my road, put a speed bump there. Well, there's a process that needs to go through, that we need to go through before we just say, okay, we'll put in a speed bump. And right now we don't really have a process. It's pretty much up to Public Works to just say no if they don't think it's appropriate, and there aren't many reasons that they can give. The other one is setting some kind of penalties for grading issues and cutbacks and any kind of incursions into public right-of-ways. Right now, we have a break the rules and ask for forgiveness type policy in place, and that's kind of where it ends. And so very soon something will be coming to this board where we'll be looking at actually setting penalties in place for grading violations. And if you were to cut a driveway into a county public road without any kind of permits or grading, you're going to have to pay a fine for that. So those were two of the key things that we talked about. Solid waste, Supervisor Kirk kind of touched on that, but yes, we are looking at the waste management contract. It's a really complicated situation. I'm really not sure how I feel about it. On the one hand, the 10-year extension that Waste Management came back to us, I think, is actually really good. I think it includes a lot of things in it that we've wanted and that have been priorities. But then on the other hand, it's been 10 years since we ever went out to bid on our solid waste contract. And so I really don't know what's out there and if we can get a better deal somewhere else. So we essentially in that meeting decided that we weren't going to decide right there in the committee. We're going to bring it to the board to decide whether or not we want to accept the extension or look at putting it out to a bid. Now, the risk there is that if we do put it out to a bid and it turns out that first 10-year extension that Waste Management proposed was the best option, that's now gone out the window and we have to bargain for something new. So it's not very cut and dry. It's a difficult decision, and there'll be a lot of work coming shortly about that. Probably by October, we'll be having that discussion. One of the things that I noticed, so I attended the Crystal Falls Association barbecue a couple weeks ago. A lot of new people, a lot of new home buyers and new members of that homeowners association. It's something that I'm seeing a lot in my district, and I think all of yours, is that there's kind of a new crop of people that are purchasing homes in our county, and we welcome them, and it's good to see. It was good to see that there were people who had recently purchased a home in that association, and that they were participating and that they were curious about how that association works. So got a chance to meet a lot of new people. I tagged along on the Cedar Ridge bid tour. That was in connection with the Searle project, and we kind of took a tour of all the areas that are going to be treating, well, no, not all the areas, of